Good morning and welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed tea and coffee and sweets today and pastry. I wanted to give you all a quick reminder that this evening we'll have our special music performance at 7:30 sharp. The seats will be limited, so make sure when you take a break after the end of the day, the forum program, and the in between, before the music, you come back early enough to have a seat and enjoy the performance. Today, when our program ends and after our closing remarks, we will do guided tours together as 3 groups. We will divide into 3 groups and go explore the galleries as a group together and enjoy some time talking there before we all go spread around to take some rest. I also wanted to announce that Ed Kashi's opening gallery will happen on Sunday in Culture Factory at 5 p.m. So for those of you who would like to join us back on Sunday, excuse me, please be there by 5 p.m. We have a very special gallery prepared for him inside Culture Factory Esta Gallery. The book fair will continue for 2 more days. If you have not had enough time to explore all of our wonderful publishers these past 3 days, you can come back tomorrow and the day after because it will continue for 2 more days. Right now, our first session will start. It's a craft conversation between Dr. Alana Marie Lebras and Nora Spicer. Alana Marie is an assistant professor of English at the American University of Iraq Slémani and founder of its Art and Culture Center, Kashkul. A poet, translator, and Kurdish literature scholar, she has translated numerous Kurdish works into English, including Kajal Ahmed's Handful of Salt, Abdullah Bashir's Dictionary of Midnight, and Farhad Pirbal's The Potato Eaters. Nora Spicer is a PhD candidate in history at Harvard University. She researches state building in borderlands in the 19th and 20th century United States and is currently writing post-bond postal constructions of borderland space in El Paso, Texas, 1848-1967. She writes about documentary poetry in the series Architecture of Disappearance in the poetry journal Jacket 2. She is an assistant editor and coordinates community projects at Cardboard House Press, which publishes Latin American poetry in translation. Through the project Countermapping in Poetry, she researches, translates, and leads workshops on poetry and mapping. Thank you both. Please come on in.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be here in this space with you.
Good morning, everyone. It is really an honor to be on this stage where so many of my personal heroes are in the audience, and so many of my personal heroes have already taken the stage. Thank you for having me.
I am really excited to talk broadly about what it means to write poetry as a means of being in relation, and what it means for a book of poetry to be an artifact of that process. We'll center our conversation on this amazing book, Dream State, a commonplace book that was published this year by Unnamed Press. And I'm wondering if we can begin by just thinking about how the book opens in the first few pages, which come even before the title page, and why you chose to open the book in this way.
Yes. So I'll try to do a little show and tell here. So we have Dream State. So the book begins with a little glyph. How many of you recognize it? Anybody? Okay. What about this? Do you recognize this? Yes, we recognize that. What about this? And that's how we come to the title. So for me, it was very important to... This is a book for the West written in English. Although sometimes Kashkul teases me that I wrote it more for Kurdistan than I thought I did. Maybe so. But it's a book written primarily to be looking at ideas of location, dislocation, what dislocation does to us, and how location is a continual process. So I wanted to start the book by saying, this is a glyph you may not be able to read. This is a glyph you think you recognize. Here is a glyph that you cannot find on a map, but many people do recognize it, and it's incredibly important to them. So I wanted to be able to set up that progression before even the first, and it was almost an accident when it happened. So for 10 years, 15 years, I've been drawing that glyph, saying, okay, you think you know the map. Here's the map, right? Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Syria. That's backwards for you guys, sorry. And then when my publisher saw me draw that, he was like, wait, whoa. That's really helpful, because it takes a map I think I know as a Westerner, and it changes it into a map that I didn't know. It helps me unsee it and then re-see it. So he actually asked if we could incorporate that in the book because he found it so helpful in terms of unlearning, relearning, locating, relocating.
And I think the two words of the title play a similar function in terms of the embedded meanings. In English, I think these two words have at least three meanings when they're next to each other, the first being a state of dreaming or a condition of being in a dream. The second being a state dreamed of, and the third being the dream of being able to state, or the dream of being able to say something. And I'm curious about how, in a way, this book is a study of what these two words are doing next to each other. And it's this attention to what happens when these words are beside each other. And I'm curious how that process of working with these two words as the title came about.
Thank you, Nora, for all of your generous attention to this book and this conversation. The title poem, Dream State, actually came about because I was so dislocated. So I had been in Mosul in an IDP camp running an oral history project with young Moslawis for the university, for them with the University of Mosul. Then very quickly I was on a flight to Sri Lanka, and I woke up in the middle of the night in Sri Lanka. I was supposed to be on vacation, like, what's that? How do I even recognize that? And I kept hearing noises that were not, that my mind kept saying, oh, this is where you are. you're in Kurdistan, you're in Mosul, and then a second later, after I was a little more awake, I'd be like, no, you're not there. That's not the mosque calling. That's not the muezzin. Where are you? And my mind kept having to hear things for the first time and then make sense of them in this cyclical way. So the title poem in some ways is actually about the incredible dislocation, how sometimes we experience so much reality all at once, so concurrently, that it actually becomes surreal, that existence feels very far away. Nali says, my existence has become non-existence. That's something that I really love and feel. So that's where the title started. But of course, the resonance with the politics, with the aspirations, with the pain of the permanent dislocation, the intentional separation of a people is also in that word. And then I also loved, Nora, I wondered if you wanted to share a bit about your work and the way that, especially in 1920, 1930s America, you have found through your research the development of the nation state actually strengthening documentary poetics, because I think that would really fit here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that I find this title and the general work of what a poet does in studying proximity, whether that's proximity in the built environment or the proximity of two words together. Right now, the two words that I'm working with are post-bond, which I first saw on the wall of a prison in El Paso, and post-bond refers to an instruction of how to make a payment in order to be released from prison. And that's something that the current administration has recently eradicated the possibility of. But this was an immigration prison, and I became really interested in what these two words were doing next to each other. How a bond is also a financial term of a mechanism of selling, in the United States, in many cases, indigenous land in order to pay for wars of conquest of that land. So implicit in those two words together also has to do with this posting forward of unimagined future state, in this case, that's being gambled on. And at the same time, those two words together mean post as in after, like a time after bond or bondage or imprisonment. So there's this kind of abolitionist future that I think lives inside those two words side by side at the same time.
And as I've talked with you about your work, if I may interrupt, one of the things I loved and thought had a lot of resonance in this context was you achieve your dream state at what cost? Nothing comes without cost. So when we achieve dream state, we may think of it as the thing we've wanted for a very long time. In the United States, what Nora shared with me just last night was that the American dream occurred at the cost of widespread genocide. So it's an interesting idea to think about, what are you gambling on? What future are you pinning your hopes and dreams on? And what might the hidden costs of it be? I thought that was a really interesting moment in American history to bring into this context.
Yeah, and I think, sorry.
No, it's okay.
In terms of the question of what, we can talk some about, or we will talk about how this book is part of a long lineage of documentary poetry or poetry of witness, and how in English this comes about at really a very particular moment. I would say, in terms of what I'm writing right now, this is in the 1930s. The United States passes the first law that makes an immigration violation a federal crime in 1929 and creates the first federal network of prisons in 1930. This is the same time when a network of sending mail by airplane enables the transmission of documents within this prison network faster than prisoners can be transported. And then in 1934, the National Archives are created, so kind of implicit in the process of creating an archival regime is the process of using documentation in order to create exclusionary territorial borders. The prison that I'm studying in relation to this is right on what is currently the US border with Mexico, and 80% of the people in prison there are people who are, their home is on both sides of the river that is being made into a territorial border. And so it's in that context, a lot of poets consider Muriel Rukeyser one of the mothers of documentary poetry, this mode of using poetics to, I would say, reconstitute a multiplicity of language that has been torn apart by these modes of archiving.
A multiplicity of languages that might even be considered a threat to eradicate from the emerging nation state. Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that this brings us to also what is the role of the poet in responding to these archival regimes. And one thing that is really prominent in this book has to do with trust, which makes me think of, is also like bond is a financial term that can be transactional in the process of state building, and at the same time as and more importantly, as a relational term. And I'm curious to hear more about that process of trust and what it means kind of against this state-building archival regime of violence, to think about trust in these other ways that you are in this book. Yes,
great question. So over the last few days, I've been taking notes on all of your panels, every conversation, every reading. You all have been phenomenal. And I wanted to share a few of the quotations that have been really helpful to my own thinking about my work going forward. Nina Karimi, I know she's here today. Yesterday she said, representation is a process. There she is. Representation is a process. Identity is not fixed. It is also a process. Right beside her, Mr. Abbaswali said, the whole idea of identity without an other is, and I didn't catch your exact word, but the sense was incomplete. The practice of power, identity is relational, you said. And then not, 5 minutes later it felt like to me, but I'm sure it was at least an hour or two. Shook said, translation is a relational art. So even though we've been separated, all of us, and feeling the need to connect across borders, across variants of Kurdish, which are very real demands of the discipline of Kurdish studies, it was interesting to me to hear how much we are already in conversation with each other. That was really heartening to me. And then I also wanted to pull out Fatma Sevji's, a quote from her session in the morning. She was talking about when she was imprisoned in Turkey for writing poetry in Kurmanji. And she said we would watch because in autumn the leaves would fall on the walls, and just that symbol of the leaf on the wall felt like freedom to me. And then she said it was a small symbol, and I thought, nope, seems like a very big symbol to me. And she said, but freedom is freedom from myself. I am the person who exists here. I can't just change myself as if I'm a shirt. And I loved this idea because I've thought about identity quite a lot. Because I'm an American, I arrived here in 2011. The war was still ongoing. In parts of the country, it was raging and really, really destructive. And part of the reason I did come here to teach at the American University was because I thought, I don't want to be part of the war process, but I would like to be part of the peace process. I'm an educator, I'm a teacher. I thought, what better place to do that than at the American University of Iraq Slémani? But I can't change myself like I'm a shirt. In fact, it's really important to say, I am the person who exists here. It's very important, as I'm calling you Mr. Vali, but Dr. Sheikhian Vali said, it's really important for me to know what my position means, what it may mean for who I'm sitting with, and what it may mean for the conversations that are possible, perhaps even what I need to apologize for or heal through my relationship with a particular individual who's sitting in front of me. So every room I enter, I have to remember who I am and where I am, and then I have to hope that I can co-create a space of trust over time with someone as an individual so that we can actually talk about the things that matter, so that they'll trust me to tell the stories that will really change the world. Slowly, but maybe. Yes, would you like me to read?
I would love to hear the second poem in the book, which is called The Bookman.
It's a huge honor for me to read these poems. I may not be able to look over in this direction because this poem was written for Bin Keijin. The Bookman. As I read and work to understand, the bookmen watch. They decide when and how to give me the next book. It is easy to remember I work in darkness and read only scraps. Sense is an illusion that sometimes shimmers and dissipates. In the darkness, I hear echoes that speak the great space around me. The bookmen have been jailed and beaten for their libraries, which were used as evidence at trial, then burned. They ask that books be their payment for delivering the unsteady calf or a Friday sermon. They read as they went blind, and after what they had, they learned by heart. Cities were gassed, the language outlawed, families splintered. What scraps were found, the bookmen sewed into new bindings. Context was lost and made, and the words lived on, even perhaps only in misunderstanding. In some ways, it is better to be forgotten. To work in the dark is to truly work. The bookmen keep their catalogs a secret. A catalog can be a checklist. What is left to sell, burn, prosecute. So the bookmen watch. They watch me to see what I do with each revelation, to see if I merit the next words. They wait to see what I can become.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'm struck thinking about how there's so much within this poem and the role of beginning and ending with, I read and work, they wait to see what I can become. And the role in this book of making present that it makes me think about, recently I was in the National Archives in the US and came across some documentation of the Immigration Service circulars directing administrators to not use the first person in their correspondence. And also directives to send documents in individual envelopes by subject category as they would be cataloged, such that documentation about regulation of land was separated by envelope before it's even sent from documentation of regulation of people. And part of what this book is doing and is participating in a genre of poetry that is interested in how the poem convenes this space where the I is present and is present with others. And I think this comes about through the process by which this book was written that also involves oral history as a means of record keeping that is very different from what I'm describing. And I'm curious if you can talk some about that, the role of oral history and those experiences in writing this book.
Yes, I can. I will try. When I first arrived in Kurdistan, I was very excited because I don't like duplicating work. Anyone who's working really hard isn't looking to do again what someone else has done. They want to look at what someone else has done and then take it further. What's next? Where can we go now? So one of the things I was most excited about when I arrived in Slémani was to see who's doing archival work. I met Sheikh Mohammed Ali Karadahi, who's obviously a force of nature in the field. I also got to meet Bin Kejin. And I say that as a whole because they operate as a collaborative, just like Kashkul. So even if you look at the leadership, and I'm putting that in quotations only because they wouldn't want it, they work very egalitarian there, and it's one of the things I love about them. They invited me in automatically. They were incredibly welcoming, both Sheikh Mohammed Ali Karadahi and Bin Kejin. And they gave me the first round, but I thought it was all. Because that's the way Western archives work. That's the way Western libraries work. You walk in, you say, this is my topic. A computer spits back at you a very long list of titles you can track down. Then you go into the stacks, you find all the books, maybe you get lucky, and by chance you see some books around the ones you initially were seeking that are helpful to you. Wonderful, great, now you know you can go do your research. Here the process is different, because again it comes back to the central word of trust. Here, these archives are personal, and here's the reason why. It's not because people are hiding things from you. It's not because their egos are big and they're trying to make sure they keep you in your place. No, it's because they've lived through cyclical violence on a 10 to 20-year time frame their entire lives. So when I got here in 2011, everything was really peaceful, everything was going good. The Kurds were in their golden decade, so to speak, right? Come on, you guys have had golden centuries. In 2014, I watched as the collectors around me played a shell game to protect their collections. I watched it happen, and I realized the reason they keep their catalogs carefully protected is because they serve as a checklist. The Islamic State, or the next person who comes, will say, "Oh, good. So glad you made that checklist public. We printed it out before we even told you we were here. Now we know exactly what you have, we know exactly where it is, and the valuable things we will take and sell on the black market, and it will serve our cause. And the things we don't care about, we will burn in the street. Astaghfirullah." And that's what I'm saying, not what they say, obviously. And so it's this tremendous balance for people who are trying to preserve archives, and archives are a source of identity. So they're not just trying to preserve archives, they're trying to preserve the Kurdish ability, the global ability to ask, what does it mean to be Kurdish? And also, what does it mean to be human? They're trying to protect that by saying, let's establish some trust. Who are you? When we give you information, when we give you resources, show us what you can do with it. Once we see what you can do with it, yes, here's some more. Isn't that lovely? So it's a much more personal process, but it's not because of any sort of, nothing nefarious is happening, nothing malicious is happening. It's actually something quite critical to the survival of the discipline of Kurdish studies. So that's a really interesting part of how Kurdish people have addressed the cyclical violence they survive and still have continued preserving resources to help themselves and others think about what does it mean to be Kurdish. And that's very much where this poem came from, is, you know, the leadership at Jean, the Karadahi family, they would just sit with me for hours and talk with me for hours and teach me about the modes of preservation that I hadn't been able to recognize before I came here. I can talk more about oral history too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that part of what you're speaking about has to do with temporality and how the state is not just a place or a potential place, but a time and a sense of being in time together. And part of the time of this book is also generational time. I wonder if we can hear after 2003 and then talk more about that process of oral history.
Yeah. So I began oral history. Wait, no, we talk after. I love it. No talking, no introduction. All I will say is the gentleman who gave me this interview is sitting in the audience today. I may not be able to look at him because I am so grateful to him for everything he does for Kurdish culture. And of course, he's a dear friend. He sat with me for hours and spoke with me about his experience as a new generation bookman. So I'm going to name him. Halo Farik gave me this interview. I edited it down into what it is now. So this is a collaborative poem, a collaborative documentary poem, honoring the new generation of bookmen and women who are rising today. After 2003, Kurdistan opened to America, the West. So, what do new things mean? It's not easy to say. Freedom was new. Talking Kurdish was new. Murakami, Kundera, Borges, I read a lot. Before I began to translate, I was just like any other reader, sitting at home and reading. But then, when my English was good enough, I thought, Halo, don't be selfish. It's selfish to sit at home and do what you love. So I started translating to give others the chance to read these great novels. Training as a soldier did not make me who I am. It made me stronger. But books made me who I am. Books make me a human being again. They open my mind wide. Before books, I didn't know the whole world. Media says what it wants. The true world is not on TV, screens, social media. It's out there. Out there. Books give us the true world. I read and I translate on the battlefield. When I have a cabin or a tent, I translate. When I don't, I go under the truck and read. There's no shadow, no breath, except under the car. The Islamic State dies for paradise. Yepika dies for their homeland. Both sides have nothing to lose. So these battles are like nothing I have ever seen. This is hard to say, especially on camera, but I've wept for the Islamic State. I see them as victims, victims of political ideas, as Peshmerga are, victims. After each attack, when you're a commander, you have so much work to do. Reorder rockets, clean the weapons, I give my men their tasks, I go to my cabin, I lock the door, I weep. I joined to help. All I've ever wanted is to help. That's why I joined. I'm not sure what we're doing anymore. I deal with death on the battlefield, but I do not work for death. I work for life. The more you think about God and heaven, the less you think about humanity. My religion is to look down, not up. I stopped praying my first week in the battlefield fighting ISIS. When Peshmerga launch a rocket, they say, Allahu Akbar. When the Hashid launch a rocket, they say, Allahu Akbar. I agree. God is great. But for whom? The work I do, that's my prayer now. Even my rest is in my work. You don't need to sit and pray for what we've lost, what we're about to lose, when so much remains.
I think this poem relates to the third meaning of the title that came to mind in terms of what does it mean, what is the role of stating in state making, what is the role of saying, and I would love to hear more about that, the thread of saying and of orality within this book.
So I'll tell a funny story. When I first moved to Kurdistan, I knew I wanted to translate. That was definitely part of my reason for coming. I was a young poet. As Chris Merrill mentioned yesterday, I had heard the advice from one of my professors, if you want to be a poet, go translate. Shackle yourself until you're sick with it to someone who has mastered things that you would like to learn to master. You know, I was thinking about Fatma saying, I'm not a shirt that I can just change. And I was thinking translation is maybe one way we can try on someone else's clothes and see how they fit. So I was thinking about who to translate. I was asking my students. And there was this one name, this one poet's name. And whenever someone said it, they would giggle. I'd be like, that's a reaction I have never seen before. Just somebody's name, a poet, and everybody's giggling. What's going on there? So I thought to myself, who is this Shahraza? And so I kept asking people, and finally one young woman in my class said, Miss, he is a very special poet because he says what we cannot say. And I thought, I wonder what that means to her. What does it mean to have someone say something because cannot here is an interesting word, isn't it? Maybe it was should not, but what she said was cannot. What does it mean to have a poet say something that you feel you cannot say? And what, in Kurdistan in particular, is the role of poets to say what we cannot say, to be bold and courageous where we maybe are a bit more retiring. Then, of course, I started to translate Shahraza, and I was like, oh boy, I really started at the top of the mountain. I just tried to start right at the top of the mountain. I fell all the way down that mountain. I climbed all the way back up. If you really want to test yourself on the masters. Basar Chow, I absolutely did. He is absolutely a master. He's very difficult to translate. And also a total joy. Because when someone challenges you, it's actually more fun. So, yes. So when we think about the role of stating in a dream state, it is important to think about, what have I told myself I cannot say? Are those perhaps the most important things for me to consider stating, saying, making real? I've actually seen a lot of people in this audience do that on this stage. State things that were hard to state and real. And that made me feel the forum was doing its job. So thank you to all of you for coming and being part of the dream state.
This makes me think about something that the historian who I'm studying under told me, which I was asking kind of, how do I construct an argument in writing a history? And he said, none of my books have arguments. They just state things that happened one after another in great proximity, and the result is, can you even believe this? And I think that that's something we've talked about in terms of what is field work, is a means of making observations and kind of merely stating what is already taking place or what is before the poet. So I wonder, as a final question, if you could talk some about that process of field work and of observation.
Yeah. So Kashkul began doing oral history when the Islamic State moved into the city of Mosul, which, as we all know, was this beautiful, pluralistic city, and still is. But the university was thinking amongst ourselves, how can we help the University of Mosul begin to recover? In 2016, we'd all been watching with sorrow and grief as things unfolded in Mosul. And as 2016 happened and coalition forces were moving through, the university and Kashkul were thinking about, how can we help this great university recover? How can we be haukarakan with our dear colleagues? And one of the things that we realized was that the history of this time period, really of any time period, is written in these broad, aerial strokes. And we realized what we really wanted to do was practice oral history, was say, let's actually get to know people one at a time. Let's give them a lot of time. Let's sit with them multiple times over the course of 2 years. Let's have at least 15 hours of a lifetime interview with each person, again, a process of building trust, so that the history of this can begin to be idiosyncratic, not what we think happened, not what the journalists are telling us, although journalists are very valuable, but even deeper, what can oral history show us on the level of the individual? To do oral history, again, is a real trust-building exercise, but it's also a great discipline. So, I am never anywhere without taking massive field notes. Every day is my field day. And because of that, I have little pieces of grass that have been brought to me by my child. Because of that, I have notes for meetings next to notes for poems, next to more flowers from Kurdistan, obviously. And then next to interpreting notes from the interviews themselves. My pen is never not moving when I'm in the field. And one of the things that felt really important to us, to me, but also to Kashkul, as we did these oral history projects, was not to, yes, the foreign helps in some ways. One of the great things about working at the American University of Iraq Slémani is we get to play the insider and the outsider card, which is very powerful. And so when I was going into these environments, we were getting teams of young Moslawis who were interested in learning the discipline of oral history and wanted to be part of rebuilding their city, not through the roads, but through their minds, through their imagination, because both of these processes of rebuilding are essential. If you have hospitals, but the mindset is still in 2014, the hospitals don't matter. If you have the mindset, but not the hospitals, the mindset matters, but the body really needs some attention. So together, we participated. Kashkul did what it could by saying, let's train a whole generation of young Moslawis to do this for themselves, to do this for their own city. We then did the same thing in Shingal Lives. So I told Nora, when I start talking about fieldwork, cut me off because I'll talk about it forever. Because I really think the best thing for young people to do is get in the habit of constant observation. Observing yourself, observing others, going back over time and observing what your observations were and seeing how they've changed and grown. The reason is, so Chris Merrill was saying yesterday that W.S. Merwin said, Pound said write 75 lines a day. And we're like, okay, be merciful. If you can't write 75 lines of new poetry a day, what do we do next? And Pound said, translate. I would also put out there, if you can't translate on any given day, go observe and write whatever you see. Tracy Fuad's poetry yesterday showed us that she was just writing down the things that she saw in CTEC. These were very tangible things. When she says the line, I'm Tracy, I'm sorry, I'm gonna paraphrase your poem, which is like the worst thing a poet can do to another poet, but she said something like, the older something is, the farther down it is buried. This is a statement of fact, like your professor was saying. This is a statement of what is true in the archaeological record. It is also a statement of how pain works. It is also a statement of how shame works. It is also a statement of how difficult it may be to return to your history and come home. All of these are huge themes in Tracy's work, but she got to it by simply observing and writing what she saw. So, if you can, obviously, you'll be my hero, write 75 lines a day. If you can't, translate, you'll be my hero. If you can't, go write field notes. Go to Bakhegashti, write what you see. Go to Bakhegashti multiple days in a week, write what you see. Observe the same thing you think every time, and then see if your observations change. If you observe the same thing and your observations are different, what changed? Maybe you. Observe that too. So I think field notes are very, very powerful, and I think particularly for poets who want to think about the location of that I, that kind of work is critical. Without it, you can't locate this person over and over and over again in different contexts and different time periods.
Mm-hmm. Can we hear one last poem in English?
Sure. Which one would you like to hear?
There is no Kurdish nation.
Okay. This one is a little bit longer, but this is a verbatim poem, just like the one you heard me recite from Hollow. So over the years, maybe I've done 18 interviews with Sheikh Mohammed Ali Karadahi. He's been incredibly generous with me. Really, all my Kurdish mamostak, like all of you have been just so generous with me. So this is a verbatim poem cobbled together from many, many, many years of interviews with him. There is no Kurdish nation except in the manuscripts we have. Berlin, Baga, London, Istanbul, each city tells us the story of where history has taken our culture. One book references another. Back and back and back we go. I began collecting in 1970. I was married in 1971. My son was born in 1972. My first book was published in 1973. In 1976, the Republican Guard confiscated what I'd collected. Anthologies of poetry were criminal evidence against me in my trial. Of all the jail's possessions, human beings were cheapest. I thought of nothing. Of course, I expected death. Many experienced worse. The sentence eventually handed down was for 6 months imprisonment. I'd already served 9. They let me go. They still owe me 3 months. I returned immediately to collecting, warmer to the work. Now, I keep the book secret. At times, I split the library up between locations. There is no income. It is hard work. I preached as a mullah first in Baghdad, then here in Slémani. I trade sermons for manuscripts. People give me papers, asking me only to analyze and publish. I have written 40 books, more than 70 volumes. If I sense spirit in a young person, I push them to pursue the work. I have started a revolution this way, a revolution that is more difficult than the political. It is easy to stand on television and say, we are Kurds. It is difficult to find a vision of what Kurd means. Sincerity must drive the work. Yes, it weighs on me. The work is too heavy. I carry it only by the prayers of my teacher, Sheikh Abdul Karim. He told me, you are the past's tongue. He gave me permission to teach. He taught my son. In this house, when we say teacher, we mean only Sheikh Abdul Karim. When Daesh pushed on Haller, we prayed, please, God, don't will this. We've been digitizing our archive for 15 years. My son wrote the first Kurdish font for an IBM. There are hundreds and hundreds of manuscripts now. We couldn't leave them. That's a goat skin. My son's friend inscribed it for us. It is a verse from the Quran. All I am, all I have, is a gift from God.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
We have time for a couple of questions.
Shanae's going to bring us the iPad.
Great. Thank you. We have a question for you about translation. How was the process of translating from a language you were about to learn? What helped a lot? And how has that process changed your thinking about Kurdish language and literature? What else needs to be done about Kurdish literature that we are still lacking?
Oh boy, let's
4
take that
questions.
one question at a time. Okay, the first question is say it again, how does...
The process of translating a language you were about to learn.
How gently phrased. Someone phrased that question so gently out there. How is it to translate from a language you are about to learn? So, one of my favorite translators who happens to be in this audience and who spoke from stage yesterday, Shook, Shook says all the time, Shook speaks 17 languages. Whenever I say this to someone, Shook says, "Oh, please no, I'm just learning English." Now, I know this is their personality, and also it's their reminder to themselves that they are always a student of their languages, always a student. So one of the themes that you'll see in this book is how much Islam and Sufism are still, as we heard from the panel on the very first day, are still integral, always have been and remain, integral to the cultural and preservation ecosystems in Kurdistan. I have been welcomed into these communities in ways that I'm incredibly grateful for. Sufism teaches us it's not only there's no shame in being a student, it's that it's the only way to learn. So if we say all of us are students of all language, even the languages we feel most comfortable with, that gives you a place to begin. Now, if you can't begin, you're nowhere. So the task ahead is impossible. Translation's impossible. Okay, I agree. Then what? Do you let it stop you? Or do you find a way to begin as transparently as you can? That's why I'm so transparent in my publishing. All of these verbatim poems, are attributed. Now, behind these verbatim poems that are only a page or 2 pages long are hours and hours and hours of interviews that I did with these people, all with interpretation, all with subsequent translation, and then with significant editing. So there are lots of decisions in this text that are at work. Begin somewhere, and then be as clear and conscious about your decisions as you can. Do not let the impossibility of a task, like learning a new language, like beginning to translate your favorite poem, do not let that impossibility prevent you from beginning. To me, that's the most important. So you fail, great, we're all failing. Fail better, fail more beautifully, fail consciously. Have friends who actually help you see your failures for what they can become. Any other part of the question I should address?
I think the forum as a whole is addressing a lot of these to continue being in conversation about. I'm wondering if we can conclude with the 2 poems recently published in Kurdish from this book.
Of course. So I would really love to acknowledge the work of Balinda in Slémani. They're just such a wonderful publisher. They're really changing the face of Kurdish literature, translating things into Kurdish and publishing them quite quickly with a really beautiful editorial oversight and involvement, engagement. So I'd personally like to thank Briar M. Tahir for his work and Balinda for his work, because I really do feel it's, again, another sister-brother organization to ours in the values we share and the sea change we're trying to make in Kurdistan with all of you in collaboration. With that, I would really love, we know we have the term bradar. I'd like to introduce a new term. I'd like to invite my khoshekdar to the stage, Ms. Shane Mohammed, because these are her translations. We'll read them together at the podium for you.
You gave. Volume okay? You gave the lie a mouth, so it loved you and stayed. Shouting at it only made it giddy. No one had ever spoken to it before. You were better than a mirror, better than a reflection. You were a body built like a sparrow to bear and be marked by. Every idea the lie could, it loaded onto you. It adored you, but gave you nothing. And when the lie returns, it always does. You're the only home it's ever known. Its adoration will be anger. Its emptiness will sound like accusation. Don't argue. There is no reassurance, no love enough for a lie. There is no way to rid yourself of a lie. Only stop giving it your mouth.
سپاس بۆ شاڵە و حەبیبەش سەرەتا کام شارانم وەرگێرا بۆ شاڵە و حەبیبەم نرد و ئەویش بە پیاچوونە و چاوی خۆی شارەکانی لە باڵندە پڵاو کردەوە. سپاس بۆ باڵندەش. تۆ زارت بە درۆ بەخشی بۆیە خۆشی ویستی و لەلات مایەوە. بە هاوارکردنە سەری گێژ دەبوو پێشتر هیچ کەس نەیهێنا بۆ قسە. تۆ باشتر لە ئاوێنە و لەوێنەش جەستەیەک بوویت وەک چۆلەکە هەڵکەوتوو بۆ هەڵگرتنی دووشانی تەنراو بە شوێنەواری درۆ. ئەو شەیدات بوو هیچیشی پێ نەبەخشیت. ئەو کاتەی درۆ دەگەڕێتەوە لات کە هەمیشەیش دەگەڕێتەوە بۆ تەنها نیشتیمانە ئاشناکەی خۆی. شەیدایی دەبێتە تووڕەیی، بۆشی دەبێتە متمانە، بۆشی دەبێتە تۆمەت. مەدوێ لەگەڵەوانی وا بێ ئومێد بوون بۆم درۆیە هیچ دڵنەواییەک، هیچ خۆشنویستنێک بەس نییە. هیچ ڕێگایەک نییە بۆ دەرباز بوون لە درۆ جگە لە لێسەندنەوەی ئەو زارەی پێت داوە.
The last poem we'll read for you today is Drought. After the day's last call to prayer, there is no external marker of night passing. Only me, alone, slowly turning to water. The evening helps me out of my skin, as if out of a taxi or a coat. And all that was contained, all that I held together, I let loose. Still, I could throw all the water I am at the desert below and not be enough for a sapling. I wish I could spend my life as a brain in a jar. I put a tomato in my mouth. I test its skin. How breakable, how spillable everything is inside. I love the sudden water of the skin pulling back. I hate the breaking, and I love the water.
وشکە ساڵ. پاش کۆتا بانگی نوێش هیچ نیشانەیەکی تێپەڕینی شەو نامێنێت، تەنیا ئەم لەسەرخۆ بە ئاوبوونەی من نەبێت. ئێوارەی یارمەتی هاتنە دەرەوەم دەدات لە پێستی خۆم، وەک هاتنە دەرەوەم لە تاکسیەک یان هاتنە دەرەوەم لە چاکەتەکەم. هەموو ئەو شتانەشی هەڵم گرتوون دایان دەنێم، هەمووانی لە خۆم گرتوون ئازادیان دەکەم. هێشتا گەر هەموو ئاوبوونی خۆم بڕێژمە نێو بیابانی ناوەوە، نەمامێکیش تێر ئاو ناکەن خۆزگە بە ژیانی مێشکێکی هەڵگیراوی ناو قوتو دەخوازم تەماتەیەک دەخەممە ناو دەممەوە سانایی تەقینی بەرگەکەی سانایی پرژانی هەموو ئەو شتانی لە ناویدا دەپشکنم حەز بەو ئاوە ناکاوەی پاش کرژبوونەوەی بەرگی تەماتەکە دەخەم حەز بۆ ئاوە ناکاوەی پاش گرژبوونەوەی بەرگی تەماتەکە دەکەم ڕقم لە تەقینەکەی و حەزم لە ئاوەکەیەتی
Thank you so much.
We will begin our next session right away. Our next panel is titled Approaches to Preservation Across Kurdistan. Thank you very much for coming back into the conference hall. We would like to start the panel now. I'm waiting to see all of you come back in so we can begin the panel. Please find a seat and say hello later. We're ready to begin the panel. This panel is titled Approaches to Preservation Across Kurdistan. The moderator of this panel is Dr. Bahrouz Chamanara. Dr. Bahrouz is a scholar specializing in Kurdish epic literature and archival studies. He holds a PhD in Iranian studies from University of Göttingen and serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Kurdish Language and Literature at the University of Kurdistan in Sanandaj. Chamanara's research focuses on the Gorani literary tradition. Thank you, Dr. Bahrouz. I would like to welcome you to stage and all of our wonderful panelists.
Shannon, is yours? Good morning, everybody. Salawatan Lebet, Zorzor Bakher Hatten. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm excited, really. My name is Behruz, as Shana said, and I have the honor of moderating this incredible panel. You know, it's a large panel. So I wanted to give some information about the panel, but since the time is narrow, I just, as a notice, give you some point about the rules of panel. We have only 75 minutes time. It means each panelist have about 8 minutes. We will be tolerated for 1 minute plus minutes. And after that, we will have a short Q&A in Kurdish and English. So let me, without further delay, go to the first panelist is Hozan Mahmoud. Hozan is a Kurdish feminist writer, public lecturer, activist, and the co-founder of Culture Project, a platform dedicated to feminism, art, and gender in Kurdistan and its diasporas. She is the winner of the Emma Humphrey Prize in 2016 and the editor of the Kurdish Women's Stories in 2021. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Thank you. Banitan Bash Barizan. It is a real pleasure to be here among such thoughtful and engaged minds. I would like to thank Kashkol for the generous invitation and for the opportunity to share my work with you today. I'm also sincerely grateful to the warm hospitality and, of course, for the delicious Kurdish food and sweets. While Kashkol is known for its amazing academic contributions, you are equally remarkable hosts. I have truly felt the spirit of Kurdish hospitality. So thank you, Kashkolians and non-Kashkolians, for making this conference so far a great success. Thank you. In my presentation today, I will focus on the work of Culture Project, and I explore how, in the absence of formal archival infrastructure, our cultural and community-based initiative gradually assumed an archival function partially. Over time, this work has come to serve as a significant foundation for our ongoing collaborative research with Dr. Isabel Kaiser, who will elaborate further on this aspect of in her presentation. When we speak about archives, we must move beyond viewing them solely as a physical or storage spaces. Archives are also sites of power, control, memory, and identity. Historically, they have been closely associated with government-controlled institutions, religious authorities, and academic libraries. This is why archiving is intrinsically political. It raises essential questions about who is documented, archived, and remembered, how, where, and by whom. These are fundamental inquiries when we critically examine the role of archives. For Kurds and Kurdistanis, people without a state, archives and archiving is heavily political, complex, and often problematic. Much of our history has been distorted, erased, or reshaped to fit colonial agendas. While we may not be able to fully reclaim our lost, manipulated past, we can act in the present. We can continue to archive as we live and expand the ways we archive to include those who have been sidelined or erased. In my experience of studying Kurdish history, dominant narratives often highlight male heroism and occasionally a few select women from the ruling classes. This is far from enough to represent the lives and stories of millions of Kurdish men and women. I have always been aware of how recognition often depends not on who you are, but on who you know, connections. Some women may be given visibility or occupy prominent positions historically up to now, but this does not necessarily translate into meaningful progress for broader women's rights and struggles. Meanwhile, Countless Kurdish women who contribute their lives, knowledge, skills, and creativity to our society are excluded from official narratives, left out by those who control what is archived, remembered, and celebrated. This is why I believe it is vital to embrace alternative ways of remembering women and writing them back into our history. It is an urgent and necessary task. As Kurdish scholar Dila Derek once said, the Kurdish struggle has been waged not only through arms, but through the preservation of language, song, and memory, all of which form a kind of people's archive carried from one village to village, prison to prison, exile to exile. At some point in my life, I felt there was a pressing need to document, highlight, and write about our fragmented lives, especially those of us who have endured multiple wars, dictatorships, exiles, imprisonment, sanctions, and displacement. It is only through the creation of alternative forms of archiving and remembering and writing people back and celebrating the lives and legacies of Kurdish women, particularly in cultural production and politics, can be preserved, celebrated, and reintegrated into the broader Kurdish history, which has been predominantly male-dominated. In 2016, together with Ismail Hamalau and Miran Abraham, I co-founded the UK-based Culture Project. We recognized the need for a platform that would both connect Kurdistan to its diaspora and beyond, and introduced alternative modes of writing about art, literature, and culture more broadly. Through this initiative, we have provided space for Kurdish artists, feminists, poets, and writers to gain visibility and have their work highlighted. Shortly after the Culture Project became a trusted and reliable digital magazine, publishing in both English and Kurdish, serving aspiring writers as well as established figures from the older generation. To showcase the diverse richness of Kurdish culture and the invaluable contributions of women to cultural production and artistic creation, we launched feminist art reviews, translated poetry into English, published short stories, and developed research collaborations, notably with Dr. Kaiser. In addition, I ran a feminist school online during Corona. More than 150 women attended the lectures about various feminist theories, struggles, and schools of thought around the world. These efforts have not only preserved knowledge, but also actively created archives allowing us to unearth influential women whose contribution to the cultural scene have often been overlooked or insignificantly recognized. In 2019, I launched the Self-Writing Project for Kurdish Women, through which 25 Kurdish women from all parts of occupied Kurdistan shared their personal stories, covering topics such as politics, imprisonment, gender-based violence, art making, and the loss of loved ones. This work culminated in a book titled Kurdish Women's Stories, published in both Kurdish and English by Pluto Press in London and the University of Alberta Press in Canada. The book received international attention for offering a rare opportunity to read first-hand accounts of Kurdish women speaking and writing about their own lived experiences. As a continuation of Kurdish women's stories, now in collaboration with my two US-based Bakuri friends, Rukin Isik and Berivan Serikaya, we have curated a new collection of prison stories, women political prisons from all 4 parts of Kurdistan who have written their own struggle in prison, and hopefully it will be published soon in Kurdish Sorani in Kurdistan and English abroad. This collection, to me, when I read it, it was the stories and the archive of trauma and healing. We have also translated a novella by Kurdish female writer Ahlam Mansour, an almost forgotten writer and political activist from the 80s and 70s, so we translated it into English. Likewise, we translated Sarah's Homeland, a historical novel by Miran Abraham that, for the first time, in Kurdish literary history explores the lives of the Jewish people in this region.
Hozan, I'm sorry, if you could wrap up this.
So we have been basically doing a lot of art, archiving, and writing about women's legacies in art and so on, but also a very important project was with the British Museum led by Renas Babakar. She's a graduate of the American University, which was about documenting the felt making in the foothills of Zagros Mountain. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, as a people without a state, with a history that has been distorted and in many parts erased, if we cannot rebuild the past, we must preserve the present and the future. This is why I believe in embracing diverse forms of archiving. And I will leave the floor for my friend Isabel, who will speak more in detail about collaboration in research. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for your insightful contribution. So let us turn to Isabel. Dr. Isabel Keza is a senior researcher and SNSF Ambition Fellow at the Institute of Social Anthropology, University of Bern in Switzerland. Together with Hozan, she led the research project, the Kurdish region post-ISIS, youth, art, and gender. She is the author of the book, The Kurdish Women's Freedom Movement, Gender, Body, Politics, and Militant Femininities. The floor is yours. Please.
Thank you so much. Is this on? Can you hear me okay? All right. Also, a heartfelt thanks from my side to everyone who is here and to everyone who is making this gathering so special. I would like to take the 8 minutes that I have to talk about the collaboration that I've done together with Hozan, but also to show you some images of the work of the wonderful artists that we worked with for this paper that was published by the LSE Middle East Center paper series, and that was also translated into Sorani thanks to the wonderful work of Nabas Samad. So I was a fellow at the LSE in 2020 when I had a chance to apply for a research grant, and I had just finished my work on the Kurdish women's freedom movement, so the women's movement of the PKK, and I wanted to do something different. I called up my friend Hozan, I said, what should we do? And she said, let's work on this amazing new generation of young artists that I've seen emerge after 2014. And it was really her idea to give space to a group of young activists and artists. Some of them call themselves feminists, others don't. We know this term has a difficult standing in this region. To do things otherwise, to problematize really difficult topics. As you said, this is a forum where we can do this, and so I will speak also, or I will talk about these difficult issues that had been picked up, such as who controls which body, who is able to exist safely and freely, what are some of the conservative norms around gender and sexuality that can and are being challenged. So yeah, we really looked at this so-called post, and I'm using quotation mark here, post-ISIS Iraqi Kurdistan, and looked at the different ways that art had started to be produced, the topics that had been picked up, and the spaces that had been created for this kind of art making. Because as we know, as you just said, who gets picked up by the big funders like Goethe Institute and the French Institute, or who gets funding from one of the dominant parties is always political, but there are a new generation of artists that are unaffiliated, but that still try to make their voices and their visions heard. And it's important to say that while doing this work, we could hardly rely on any archives, because as Hozan just said, there aren't any that have the preservation of women's art at their core. And those we worked with were not benefiting from the clout given to them by international donors or party affiliations, and were operating on the fringes with much less visibility and outward and upward mobility. And we know that in post-conflict or post-invasion contexts, winning over hearts and minds of the imperial powers often works through art, empowering women through art. But what kind of art and what kind of women gain that kind of visibility and mobility is a question that we were critically looking at. So we interviewed 48 young artists and activists between 2021 and 23 in Erbil, Suli, and Duhok. As I said, these were people we were interested in, not just for their artistic practice, but also for their political voice. These were people who spoke about patriarchal control, conservatism, environmental destruction, and body politics. During our interviews, we became acutely aware of some of the challenges of being an aspiring artist, from accessing education, being able to paint and exhibit what they wanted and they deemed crucial, to a lack of funding, gallery and exhibition spaces, to the broader uphill battle against gender-based violence, harassment, and the negative connotation people have with the term feminism. I know Suli is a bit of an exception. I know where I'm speaking at and from, this being an artistic and cultural hub, but these were some of the prevailing sentiments that we encountered. So in terms of what we saw and what this report then is also about, we grouped what we saw into 5 topics. This does, of course, not do justice to the breadth of work that is being produced, but it helped us think about themes and to contextualize these themes. So they were, first, violence, trauma, and isolation. Second, women's solitude, or women reclaiming time and space. Thirdly, intimacy with the self, but also between friends and lovers. Reimagining Kurdistan folklore, and body politics. And I'm just going to show you some of these images. This would be the first group, so on violence, trauma, and isolation. We saw countless images of women curled up in darkness, silenced, muted, groped, stumbling over the social obstacles that are being put in their way. These are examples of solitude and reclaiming space. That was apparent to us. We read this as an expression of women claiming time and individuality within a society that very much upholds the importance and centrality of the extended family. Some women are gazing into the distance, others are smoking and drinking by themselves, or resting with a friend. I chose these images on intimacy. Pairs were frequently depicted, gently leaning on each other, resting on each other's lap, perhaps illustrating what intimacy does look like to them, or could look like to them, away from society's norms around honor or shame or violence and domination. There were wonderful images that we saw on the Kurdish folklore with a twist. Young artists using illustration, digital art, collage, often again centering women, sort of also speaking back or trying to unearth a time when life was more collective and women were perhaps more at the heart of this collective life. And then the issue of body politics, which is of course woven through everything, which is, again, this question of who controls which body with what kind of ideology. And how are individuals bound to larger structures of nationalism, imperialism, religious conservatism, and neoliberalism. And just to also speak about a specific example that really spoke to us was this Sēptəmbəri exhibition here in Süleymaniyyə, where a young collective of independent curators and artists put together this exhibition, which sadly I didn't see. I only saw the images of it. And I chose this one image also because artists are also problematizing prevailing beauty standards. So, just to summarize, we read these works as a form of complaint against different forms of domination, but also a form of archiving and a form of refusal. A refusal to be controlled, to be dominated by prevailing beauty standards, but also a refusal to have their bodies marked as sites of honor or shame. We found that this younger generation is increasingly pushing back against these conservative gender norms and relations, and instead imagines a Kurdistan otherwise. Otherwise here as a way of resisting colonial and patriarchal logics, but also to develop new visions as the old orders are dying. Am I good in time?
Yes.
Should I end here? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Maybe just as a final note, because I see I have this slide.
Please.
So in this essay, we summarize some of our main findings. If you're keen, you can check it out. It's very short and concise. Thank you.
You're welcome. Vielen Dank. So let's move on to the left wing. The next panelist is Ed Kashi, an internationally recognized photojournalist, filmmaker, speaker, and educator. A contributing photographer to the Seventh Foundation and co-founder of Talking Eyes Media, Kashi is recognized for his complex and compelling rendering of the human condition. In addition to numerous awards from World Press Photo and Pictures of the Year International, including a 2015 Multimedia Photographer of the Year Award, his images have been published and exhibited worldwide.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. So, as an American photojournalist, with a twist, because my parents were born in Baghdad and raised in Baghdad, I was born in New York. And anyway, when I learned about the Kurds in, of all places, Northern Ireland, in a project I was working on, I was immediately taken as a journalist by this idea of the largest ethnic group in the world without a nation of their own. And that was 1990. And since then, I have worked on and off coming to Kurdistan. I think this is my 8th time in the last 30 some odd years. But the majority of my work was done in 1991 under an assignment for National Geographic magazine, and eventually published a book, When the Borders Bleed, The Struggle of the Kurds, with the great writer Christopher Hitchens, who unfortunately passed way too early. So I want to talk a little bit about archiving and the importance of archiving. And I don't know, there might be a few images as well. But early on in my career as a photographer, I realized the importance of an archive. And 45 years later, I view it almost like a garden, something that you need to weed, something you need to water and nourish. And then if you take care of it, you can harvest from it. And I really see my archive and any archive really in that way. And so last year, I donated my archives to the Briscoe Center for American Studies at the University of Texas in Austin, one of the great photographic, not just photographic archives, but in the United States and possibly the world. So that means my Kurdish work is safe there. And one of the many great things about an archive that is intact, and by intact I mean, and I will speak specifically from a photographic point of view, but I think it pertains to any objects that we want to archive, is the metadata. We're living in the digital age, and it's so important that you have the proper metadata. One thing that I've found interesting in this time span is, you know, when I was doing this work in the early 90s and it was published in magazines, it was, you know, news photography. And then 10 or 15 years later, people would come back to me for historical pictures. And I was still a young man, and I thought, wow, that's really weird. It's almost unsettling that my images already are historical. Well, now at this age and stage, I really appreciate what that means, that I have had the privilege to create work that might be considered historical and become part of this vast lexicon of, you know, multiple archives throughout the world about specifically the Kurdish people, the Kurdish cause. So besides metadata, it's important to be organized. So the nomenclature, the way you name individual objects, you know, just having a structure. Well, I argue with my wife, who's really the gardener in the family, and she likes these sort of wild gardens, and I like things very structured and organized. But anyway, I think, you know, for me, when we're archiving objects, things, also ephemera. When I was working in Kurdistan, throughout my life, I've kept journals. They used to be physical journals that I'd go to like a local bookshop wherever I was and find a journal, and it was usually writing almost every night to my wife about what I was experiencing, the amazing things I saw, you know, my emotional reactions, my political reactions. And then in some sad way, it became nightly emails, and, you know, with the digital age. But anyway, so this idea of ephemera is so important, particularly, I think, for a lot of the other folks on the stage here who are collecting objects and, you know, three-dimensional art and books and so forth. So anyway, so some of the images that I'm showing, this is in Afrin in Syria. Whoop, they're going fast. This is actually in, yeah, this is going too fast. So, you know, for me, I grew up as an American kid in New York, and the Kurds actually brought me to my heritage and to my homeland of Iraq. And, you know, it was something I rejected growing up in the 1960s and 70s. My parents were much older than me. Just to give an idea, my father worked for the British Mandate government in Iraq in the 1920s and 30s. And to think that his son, I was born in 1957 in New York, then came back, you know, in 2003 with American forces in the invasion, you know, it's sort of, for me, it's a bit incredible, this sort of period of time that my family sort of has had a connection to Iraq and thankfully continues to have that connection. But so for me, the Kurds are important on a personal level because, as I said, they brought me to learn a bit about the place that my people come from, but also it energized what I call the sort of advocacy journalist part of me, which over the preceding generations, decades has only grown. And that when I say advocacy work, this is this idea that you create media materials that might serve the media in the short and medium term, but they're long-lasting and they're timeless. And that, to me, is my goal. And more than that, and specific to the Kurdish cause, is that this work can be used to not just illuminate people about who the Kurds are, because so much of the world is ignorant, as many of you well know, of who the Kurds are, but they become educational tools. And in some cases, they become tools for advocacy. So, thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ed. So now it turns to the time for the middle block, which is John Bullock, an assistant professor of ethnomusicology at the University of Notre Dame. His work focuses on Kurdish music and media, especially in Kurdistan of Iraq. He is currently working on a book project that explores the role of music in Kurdish radio broadcasting. Please, John.
Thank you. Beyanettan bash, Slatan lebet, berasti, qza Kurdin, bezmani Kurdi, heshta bomin asaniya, balam bomin gringa be Kurdi belem, zor spas bo zانکۆی ئەمریکی و کەشکۆڵ و خۆبەخشەکان و خوێندکاران و هەمووتان. Thank you all. It's a really great pleasure to be here today. I've been studying Kurdish music for the last 10 years, which is not enough time. I need a whole lifetime. There's much, much more to learn. But I was coming here and thinking about being with you all today. It made me think of a time early on in that period in the year 2018. I went to one of my first Kurdish studies events. It was a Kurdish studies summer school in Paris, and I was so excited to be there. And I met a prominent scholar in one of the coffee breaks, who's now a very dear friend. And the first thing she said to me was, "Did you say you study music?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Why are you here?" And so to think, to think about what that means in relation to archives, one of the things I've been saying again and again to students as I'm here, so apologies for those of you hearing this again, we often think of music as an object. Notes on a page, a CD, a cassette, a record, an instrument, And I think that my friend in 2018, this is what she was thinking. We're not here to talk about CDs, we're not here to talk about notes, we're not here to talk about maqams. But it's important to remember, and as an ethnomusicologist, very central to my work, to share that music is not just an object. Music is an activity. Music is not just a noun, music is a verb. And so when we think about music and studying music and music archives, I'm not just thinking about those shelves of CDs, those shelves of, the instruments that are in the collections. Those are very important, of course. But it also matters what local histories inform music making. People's economic conditions matter. The political situation matters. The history matters. So I wanted to say that first because it really frames how I think about music archives. And this also broadens the kinds of study we can make with music. I'll also say that some of what I had planned to say today connects really nicely with what some others have talked about in terms of building personal relationships and friendships and questions about language and questions about colonialism and decolonialism. So I won't spend so much time on those aspects, but of course, if there are questions in the Q&A, I'm happy to return to those themes. So in the few minutes I have, I want to sort of talk about first the kinds of archives that are available for music research. And then I'll mention a few challenges of studying music in archives, and then I'll end by discussing just a few opportunities I think that we have at the present moment. And I will say that I am so heartened and very happy about the sheer number of music archives that have become available even in the last 10 years. So first, what kinds of archives are there? Well, we know, of course, that your great city, Slémani, has some fantastic independent archives like the Kurdish Heritage Institute. Thank you all again. They've been so helpful to me personally. Also, of course, Jin Archive, Binke Jin, and archives like these, of course, are very, very important. There are also a number of archives across the world that are not sort of independent in the sense that KHI and Jin are, but they're connected to either cultural centers or universities. So these include archives like, the archive, the Omar Sheikh Mus archive at the University of Exeter, the archives of cultural centers in Berlin and in Paris, etc. Now it's possible to talk also about online archives. And of course, many of these individual archives are working to digitize some of their collections, but there are also some archives that are pretty much exclusively online. So we can think about the Digital Archive of the Middle East and the Kurdish Archive, again at University of Exeter. Also here in Haller, we have now the KCAC, Kurdistan Center for Arts and Culture Archive, which is digital and has amazing resources. So there are online archives also that are now available for research. Next are, of course, as many others have mentioned, private archives. And for music, there are many, many, many of these across Kurdistan and across the world. These are fantastic archives. They can also be some of the more challenging ones to access and to fund, and I'll discuss those in a moment. And then finally, again, encouraging us to think very broadly about music and music making, there are, of course, also archives of which music making and or Kurds in Kurdistan are just one part of a much larger set of resources. So, for example, at the British National Archive, of course, given the history of British colonial intervention in the region, there are many, many archival materials about Kurds in Kurdistan. Historically, this can also be challenging, especially when there's materials that are organized along a nation-state basis, or even, for example, I remember once finding some Kurdish archives in the Berlin Phonogram Archive, and I had missed them at first because they didn't say anything about Kurds or Kurdistan, they said Mesopotamia. So historically, that can be a little bit of a challenge as well. So again, the kinds of archives available for research are, there's an immense variety, and there are many, many directions scholars of music can go. So what are some of the challenges? Probably, again, don't need to spend a lot of time talking about this because each of us who work in archives know the challenges by heart. But of course, funding. Funding is difficult for sustaining archives, for being able to travel to archives, especially when they're scattered all across the world. To get some of those private archives in good shape materially, physically, it costs money, and this is an ongoing challenge. There are also a set of challenges associated with language. So for me, as a non-native Kurdish speaker, it took me, I was several years into my research before I could find someone who could teach me Kurdish. This is still a big problem on the world, on the global scale. We need more Kurdish language instruction. But also related to language, there's the ongoing standardization between the different dialects of Kurdish. And you know, for example, if you drive around the city, you see lots and lots of the names of businesses that are transliterated into the Latin alphabet, but they're not transliterated in such a way that honors the one-to-one correspondence that exists between Sorani and Kurmanji. And this, of course, has come from Kurds themselves, and the Library of Congress in the United States has adopted this system of transliteration. How does this relate to archives? Well, when Sorani materials are listed in the Latin alphabet, if you don't know exactly how they're transliterated and the spellings vary from one place to another, it can be very difficult to find these materials. So this, I know, is a very specific concern, but this can be a problem for archival research. And then, of course, there's the fact that archives about Kurds in Kurdistan exist in many languages other than Kurdish. So even if you know all the Kurdish dialects, to have a complete picture, you in some way need to access archives that are in Arabic and Turkish and Persian and Russian and English and French and German, all these different languages, of course. And I don't know many people, I certainly am not one of them, who knows all of these languages. So this is a challenge. Another challenge has to do with copyright. And we often think about copyright as a legal issue, and of course there's certainly that side of it, but it's also, of course, an ethical concern. We want to make sure that people are receiving the recognition for their work, but of course this gets challenging really quickly, especially when you're dealing with things like folk materials, right? Who gets to have copyright for a musical tradition that's been passed down for generations? That's a very important question. And also we know, of course, that copyright has been used as a weapon in many cases against Kurdish traditions. In Turkey especially, there have been those that have claimed copyright for Kurdish materials, which actually keeps them from being available for research. I'll mention again, there's a set of concerns that I won't talk about here, but that have to do with the colonial logics, I call them, which are those ways of thinking that even when colonialism is nominally over, we actually can sometimes keep those same processes going in terms of epistemologies. And of course, archives, as we've already heard, are inherently related to power. And then the last sort of challenge that I'll mention has to do with the lack or inability of sometimes sharing. Sometimes it's hard to know which archives have what, right? So it's important to build the connections as we move forward. So finally, how much time?
It's almost done.
Okay, I'll very quickly give just a few things that I think are opportunities for us moving forward. The first of these, and I want to point to the work of anthropologist Marlene Schaefers in this regard. She has written some fantastic work about expanding the way we think about archives. And actually, one of my favorite things to do in Kurdistan is to, when I meet new friends, I say, you know, show me your YouTube playlist, right? That's an archive. That's a personal archive. Show me your YouTube kashkol, right, of music. And so we have to continue expanding the ways we think about archives as a way of unsettling those power imbalances that have risen up over time. A second recommendation is that, again, especially for scholars of music, we continue to widen the areas in which we look for materials related to music. Again, we can't just be happy to look for scores and cassettes. We have to really broaden the ways we think about music as a part of people's lives. And also, I think it's important to continue researching widely. Right? It's really easy and really tempting to get so excited about one particular idea or project that we narrow our focus and we don't know what anyone else is doing and we don't know how to communicate with them. But we have to continue building these relationships because no one of us can do it all. That relates to my third suggestion, which is that, again, we continue to foster personal connections. We heard this morning about how important this is about discovering archives and many other areas. And finally, again, I'll just say very quickly, we have to continue to be invested in the process of decolonization in terms of archives and power and epistemologies and the way we sometimes value written histories over oral histories. And I can say more in the Q&A if people are interested about how I've approached this in my own work. But again, I'll stop here for sake of time and thank you all again. It's been a real pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you, John, for sharing your thoughts. And the challenges of music with us. So the next panelist is Dr. Osman Ahmed, a Kurdish artist whose work focuses on memory, trauma, and the testimony. He earned his PhD from the University of Arts, London, with a pioneering project on documenting the Kurdish genocide, Anfal, through drawing. His works have been exhibited across the Middle East and Europe, including major shows at the Imperial War Museum and the British Museum. And in 2017, he received the IAGS Artist Prize in Australia. Floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for American University Kashkol team, especially Shania and Pesha for inviting me and having me here. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you to stay until now. We are at the end of nearly our panels, which is my talks maybe include all of the talks we've been had a few days about literature, poems, music, art, everything. But that project which I'm talking about, I think they will clear all of these things, all take it away. It's ethnic cleansing, masculine, which is will take all over. And if you are not be careful, not learning from the history, that's going to happen and happen and happen, which is now we are in, and is like a model now all around the world. So I'm not going to deeply, I'm not a historical or psychological to talk about that. Really, you all know about that more than me. But I'm a witness, I'm an artist, and I witnessed masculine in 1988, where I was in the mountain. I took the mountain refuges with a few freedom fighters, Peshmerga, and I have to mention, which is Hamajaza is a great singer with me at that time. We saw a lot of burning villages, taking people away from their lands. They are all civilian. They are all civilians. We had nothing, just ourselves. We had an FM at that time. We listened to that radios, Monte Carlo, London, Cairo, Damascus, Tehran. Anything can talk about this crime because the army is too great with Josh and Jaish. Everything came to civilians, villages, farmers, and village by village they came to take it away. So no one talked about it. No Islam world, no Arab world, no left, no right. I wish at that time that something's happened, disaster, to make a change, but it wasn't. So I told myself as an artist, if I survive, I will tell people about these stories and make my life to continue doing it and doing it to those people who never hear about it or not seen it. I made when I had a chance in Britain, I made my memory on my MA through drawing. And I had good recognition through the Institute of Art and galleries and museums like Tate Gallery and National Gallery to respond to my work. That gave me a power to explore more, to learn more, to try to more understanding of how I can document, how I can link my work to worldwide. So my work with a few of my friends' memory, it's not just give me full information about what's happened. to make a national memory, I needed to go back and talk to those people who survived from the camps. I did that. After I finished my MA, straight away, I researched and go through, and I got good support from London University of Art because I recognized that the subject is quite a humanity matter. And they give me all options to make these things happen. Link me with the archive, with the other artists who are doing similar works, and I try to be myself, to not get any copies, just try to be originality of my works, but learn from others. Through those kinds of practice and work, I made interviews, 27 survivors. I chosen 15 of them and drawing their testimonies. Because we don't know what happened to them, where they taken away from the machinery, military machinery, and the other vessels they took to South Iraq. How were they talking about? A lot of these sample of 3 of the survivors. One of them is passed away 3 years ago. So it came through a lot of nightmare stories, which is no one knows. And it's quite important to our nation, to people, to new generation, to the world, to see what happened in that particular time where no one talked about it. We know in Halabja, so many journalists came around there because Iran, they want to listen it for himself. But in Iraq, in Kurdistan, all the world, they know what happened, but it's done after the umbrella of the Baathis, by the name of God. They made that kind of criminal. So the images came up with so many of them. Hundred of these images came where these pupils, they ran away from their villages, they went to the mountain, then by copters, they're following them, and Josh came in all around them and take them to south of Iraq. Then they put them in the Nugra Salman, Ar, and other camps, which is they made specially for them to not to live, to die. I just, because limit time, I just chose a few slides, but if I took any one of these stories, they are all a storyboard. It takes so long to talk for anyone to a particular image. But in here, I tried to bring attention to all of you, which is came to one criminal, which is about 2 months ago, they found it by survivors. They noticed it as a judge. A judge, one of the, I don't know how he's still alive now, and you didn't know. He's taking his own normal life. That's a judge. He is kind of people that he never had any feeling and tried to kill people, just killing them. He was there just killing them. You see once, just the images over there. In one night, he wake up because one the kids crying. It came to them, found it, which is a pregnant woman, lay down, and they have the kids, smaller one, crying. He put his feet on the stomach, on the pregnant woman, until they die.
1 minute, please.
1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So like I say, you cannot talk about genocide in 8 minutes, especially in these particular times, but I want to see all of this. When I have done all of these things, I came to the question, which is in the beginning was, with my survivors, or tutors, with the other criticals, can I document genocide through drawing, crime against humanity through drawings? I can say now, yes, we did. And I can show you some recognition from the most important places around the world, which is Imperial War Museum. Vision of War will take part of the drawings as a massive and the great documentation the world, which is we take a recognition by the museums and the recognized institute around the world, especially in Britain. In this book, for the people who are interested in documentation and research about the art, it's very important drawing investigation. It's academic, it's very, very powerful, and talk about the relation between graphic and documentation through the history. It came from Da Vinci to now, and they bring the contemporary art, how the human being tells their stories through drawing by now in their way. And they light on my work and my project deeply.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are behind the plan. And the last but not the least is the youngest panelist. And since Gashtiyar Kawa will speak in Kurdish, I will introduce him in Kurdish as well. Gashtiyar لدایک بووی ساڵی 1997 لە شاری سلێمانی ژانیاری ئامێری سێتارە و گۆرانی بێژە هەروەها خوێندکاری ماستەری زمانەوانی گشتیە لە زانکۆی فرایبورگ لە ئەڵمان کارەکانی لە شێوەی کاری مۆدرنە لەگەڵ تێکەڵاوکردنیان لەگەڵ مەقاماتی کوردی و هۆنراوی کلاسیکی کوردی.
زۆر سپاس.
فەرموون.
زۆر سپاس بە خێراتنی هەموو لایەکەکەم زۆر سپاس کە ئامادە بوون و سپاس بۆ ئەم دەرفەتە سپاس بۆ ماندووبوونی هەموو ئەوانەی لەم پانێڵایە بەشدار بوون. بۆ ئەمڕۆ حەزەکەم تیژ بخێنە سەر بابەتێک بە ناونیشانی مەقامی بەیادۆریان ڕەنگە من کەمێک زیاتر پشت ببەستم بە وشە لەبەروی کە ئەم بابەتە بە پشتبەستن بە لێکۆڵینەوەیە کە کردومە لەسەر ئەم مەقامە نووسیومەتەوە بۆی ڕەنگە کەمێک تەکنیکەڵتر بێ سپاستانەکەم. ئەوەی کە گرنگە بیزانی هەر کلتورێک شێواز و سیستمێکی خۆی هەیە بۆ مۆسیقا بە هەر شێوازی خۆی پەری پێداوە بەڵام ئەوەی کە ئیزانین وڕوونە لای هەمومان لە ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاستە لە بەشێک لە ئاسیای ناوەڕاستە مەقام ڕۆڵێکی سەرەکی هەیە لە میلۆدی و دەربڕین و لە دەربڕینی هەستەکانە هەروەها لە ڕێگەی مەقامەوە ئێمە توانیمانەکە ناسنامەی نەتەوەی خۆمان وەکو میوزیک دەرببڕین. تابانەوەی کە مەقام جێ ئەکاتەوە لە پەیژە ئەوەیە کە مەقام کۆمەڵە یاسای خۆی هەیە و یاساکانیش بریتیە لە جوڵەی نۆتەکان جەختکردنەوە لەسەر نۆتە دیاریکراوەکان و هەروەها بریتیە لە گەشەسەندنی میلۆدیەکان. ئەمەش پێ وترێ ڕێڕەوی میلۆدی یان سەیر لە زمانی عەرەبیە. بۆیە منیش بەڕاستی کارم کردووە لەسەر مەقامێکی نوێ. ئەو مەقامە بە تێکەڵکردنی دوو سیستمی جیاوازە کە زیاتر دواتر ڕوونیەکەمەوە. ئەم مەقامە ناوی بەیادۆریانە. بەیادۆریان بریتیە لە تێکەڵکردنی مەقامی بەیاد لەگەڵ مۆدی دۆریانی ڕۆژئاوایی کە یەکێکە لە مۆدەکانی سەردەمی یۆنانیەکان و زۆربەی فەیلسوفەکان قسەیان لەسەر کردووە بەتایبەت ئەرستۆ ئەفلاتون باسییان لەوە کردووە کە لە ڕووی ئەخلاقی و مۆدی دۆریان چۆنە. بۆیە من هاتووم نیوەی مۆدی دۆریان لەگەڵ مەقامی بەیاتە تێکەڵم کردو و ڕەنگێکی نوێی دروست کردووە بۆ مەقامی کوردی. پرسیارەکەوەی ئایا مەقامە پێشتر بوونی هەبووە؟ من لە دوایەوەی کە زۆر گەڕام بە وڵاتانی دراوسەیە لە ڕووی ئەرشیفەکانیانەوە مەقام طبعاً سەردەمی عوسمانیەکان نزیکەی 400 مەقام لەو ناوچانەی کە لەژێر کۆنتڕۆڵی ئەوان بوون کۆکراوەتەوە کە بەشێکی مەقاماتی ئێمەشی تایە. لەو 400 مەقامە من نەمتوانی لە ڕووی دەنگیەوە یان هەر ئەوەی کە تۆمار کراوە بتوانم بیدۆزمەوە هەروەها دوای ئەوەی کە سیستمی مۆسیقای عەرەبی مەقاماتی عەرەبی گەڕام نەمتوانی ئەم مەقامە بدۆزمەوە هەروەها ڕەدیفی فارسیش بە هەمان شێوە نەمتوانی کە ئەم پێک هاتەیە بدۆزمەوە لە مەقامی هیچ یەکێک لەوانەیە بۆیە توانین ینی توانین بڵێن کە یەکەم جارە لە ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاستە کە ئەم بەم جۆرە کار لەسەر ئەم مەقامە بکرێ. بەڵامی تر ئەمە بەو مانایە نییە کە ئەمە داهێنانێک بێت 100% بێت چکە وەکو پێشتر ئاماژەم پێەیە ئەمە لێکدانی دوو کولتوری مۆسیقایی جیاوازە تێکەڵکردنە و بەم لێکدانەش بۆتەوەی کە ڕەنگێکی نوێ دروست بکەین. بۆیە توانین کە بڵین ئەمە ئەندامێکی نوێیە ئەندامێکی نوێ بۆ خێزانی مەقامی بەیاد وەکو وەزانی کە مەقامی بەیاد کۆمەڵێک لقیکەی لێبێتەوە وەکو مەقامی ئورفا حوسەینی یان بەیاد شووری یان قارجەغار کە پێم وایە هەردووکی یەکشتن لەگەڵ مەقامی نەهفەت ئەمانە کۆمەڵە نمونەن کە ئەمانیش ئەندامێکن لە خێزانی بەیاد و ناسنامە و شێوازی ژەندن و چڕینی خۆیان هەیە. ڕەنگە لێرە کەمێک تەکنیکەڵ بین هیوادارم بە جۆرێک ڕوونی بکەمەوە کە هەمومان تێبگەینەوانی کە لە بواری میوزیکیا کاریان نەکردووە. مەقامی بەیادۆریان پێک دێ لە دوو ڕەگەز وەکو ئەبینین ڕەگەزی بەیاد لەگەڵ پێنجینەی سەروی مۆدی دۆریان کە پێوتە تێتراکۆرد. ئەگەر ئێمە بەراوردی بکەین بە مەقامی بەیاد ئەبینین لە تۆنی شەشەمە تۆنی شەشەمی ئەبێتە مەیجەر بەڵام حەزەکەم کە لەسەر پەیژەکەی نمونەیەکم ئامادە کردووە ئەگەر دەنگی یەکەممان گوێ لێ بێت بە سپاسەوە. ئەگەر بەراوردی بکەین بە مەقامی بەیاد دەنگی دووەم سپاس. وەکووە بینین کە هیچ گۆڕانکاریەک لە بەرزبوونەوە و نزمبوونەوەی ئەم مەقامە ڕووی نایە وەکو مەقامی بەیاد ینی هەروەکو خۆی ئەمێنێتەوە ئەوە یەکێکە لە خاسیەتەکانی ببوورە. یەکێک لە تایبەتمەندیەکان ینی کۆمەڵێک تایبەتمەندی هەیە ئەم مەقامە یەکێک لە تایبەتمەندیەکانی ئەوەیە کە وەکو ئاماژەم پێەیە تۆنی شەشەمی لە باتی ئەوەی کە ماینەر بێ مەیجەرە واتە کەمێک دڵخۆشتر و ئەتوانین بڵێن گەشاوی پێوە دیارە بە بەراورد بە ینی کەمتر خەمبارە. وەکو ئاماژەشم پێیا پێشتر لە ئەسێندینگ دیسێندینگ واتە بەرزبوونەوەی مەقامەکە و نزمبوونەوەی مەقامەکە وەکو خۆی ئەمێنێتەوە گۆڕانکاری بەسەر نایەت. و یەکێک لە خاسیەتە گرنگەکانی ئەم مەقامە ئەوەیە هاوشێوەی مەقامی حوسەینی لە تۆنی پێنجەمەوە دەست پێکات واتە دەستپێکەکەی لە ناوەڕاستی مەقامەکەوەیە دواتر یەتەوە سەر مەقامی ئەتوانین بڵێن ڕەگەزی بەیاد. وەکو وەزانی کە لە مەقاماتە یان بەگشتی مۆجوڵەیشنمانێواتە گۆڕانکاری کاتی پرسیارەکەوەی ئایا ئەم مەقامە بەڕاستی مەقامە یان تەنها تەحویلێکە ئەوەی کە بە عەرەبی پێوتە تەحویل یان گۆڕانکاری کاتی یان مۆجوڵەیشن بە ئینگلیزی. وەڵامەکە ئەوەیە کە نەخێر لەبەرەوەی کە ئەمە ڕێڕەوێکی تایبەت بەخۆی هەیە و ئەو خاسیەتانی کە لە خێزانەکە هەیە کە بەیاتە ئەیپارێزێت لەگەڵ ئەوەشە توانای ئەوەی هەیە کە سەربەخۆ بێت پشت بەوە نەبەسرێت کە بێتەوە سەر مەقامی بەیات و ئەتوانێت ئەندامێک بێت کە پشت بە سەرچاوە سەرەکیەکەی نەبەستێت یعنی بۆیە توانین بڵین کە ئەمە تەحویل نییە یان گۆڕانکاری کاتی نییە. و خودی خۆشی خاوەنی کۆمەڵێک تەحویلە واتە جگە لەوەی کە خۆی تەحویل نییە بگرە خۆشی خاوەنی کۆمەڵێک گۆڕانکاری کاتیە. یەکێک لەوانە گۆڕانکاریە بۆ پێنجینەیەکی یارسانی دۆ ڕێ می بیمۆڵ لەگەڵ فا سۆڵ بیمۆڵ ئەم گۆڕانکاریە هەیە. دووەمیان بریتیە لە یاریکردن بە نۆتەکانی سی و سۆڵ ئەگەر ئێمە لە دۆ بیژەنین ینی ئەم یاریکردنە هەیە و دووبارەیەتە سەر نۆتەی بنەڕەت. ئەمەش دوو نمونەیە یەکەم پێنجینە یارسانیەکە حەزەکەم گوێمان لێ بێت دەنگی سێم. و ئەو یاریکردنە لە نێوان سی و سۆڵا دەنگی چوارەم بەسپاسەوە. چۆن نتوانین وەکو ئەجەندای ئەم پانێڵە بە ئەرشیفکردنە چۆن نتوانین ئەم مەقامە بە ئەرشیف بکەین بە دڵنیاییەوە هەموو بابەتێکی مۆسیقا ئەتوانم بڵێم تەنها پرسێکی تیۆری نییە چونکە خۆی پرۆسەیەکە پرۆسێکی پراکتیکیە میوزیک و بۆی کە بەیاددۆریان لە هەوڵێکی تاکە کەسیەوە بکەین بە ئەندامێکی سەربەخۆی خێزانی بەیاد و ئەرشیفی بکەین لە ناو میوزیکی کوردیا پێویستمان بە چەند هەنگاوێکە ئەم هەنگاوانە بە پشتبەستن بە کۆمەڵێک لێکۆڵینەوە ئەو پشتم پێبەستووە و بەکارم هێناوە یەکێک لەوانە ئەوەیە کە لەلایەن میوزیسیانەکان و گۆرانی بێژەکانەوە بەکار بێت ینی خۆیان بە خاوەنی ئەم مەقامە بزانن ئەوە زۆر گرنگە کە گۆرانی لەسەر دروست بکەن لە ڕێگەی ئەوە ئەتوانی شەرعیت بین بە مەقامە ڕووی پراکتیکیەوە
گەشتێت ببوورە کاتەکە تەواو ئەگەر لە یەک خولێک بتوانیت خۆی بکەیتەوە
پێم وایە بەس ئەمە ماوە و دوایەوە گوێبیستی یەک نمونەی بچووکە بین و ئەگەر بتوانین زۆر باشە گرنگیەکەی لەوایە کە ئەتوانین لە پلاتفۆرمە جیهانیەکانیش بڵاوی بکەینەوە و هەروەها تۆماری بکەین و بە بەڵگەنامەی بکەین نۆتەی لەسەر بنووسینەوە و هەروەها لە شوێنە پەیمانگە و زانکۆکانیشدا بوترێتەوە و بیناسێنین و هەروەها حەزەکەم ئاماژە بکەم وەکو یەکەم جار دووبارە ئاماژەی پێیەکەمەوە ئەم پانێڵە کورتکراوەیەکی لێکۆڵینەوەکەمە و هیچ بانگەشەیەک کە لە لێکۆڵینەوەکەما کرابێت سەرچاوێکی ئەکادیمی بۆ هێنراوەتەوە بۆی کە زیاتر جێی باوەڕ بێت و ئەتوانین کە ببینە یەکەم نەتەوە کە خاوەنی ئەم مەقامە بین لە ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوینە ئەمەش لیستی سەرچاوەکانە هەر کەسێک پێی خۆش ئەتوانێت وێنەی بگرێ بۆی کە لیترچەرەکان دواتر چێک بکاتەوە لای خۆی یەک بەشی بچووک ماوە لە کۆتاییە نمونەیەکە لە ئەلبومەکەم کە لەسەر بەدۆریانە بەداخەوە کە نەمتوانێت لە ئێستا تەواوی بکەم هیوادارم کە بتوانم بە زووترین کات سپۆنسەرێکی بۆ بدۆزمەوە ئەمەش گۆرانی فەلەکە بەشێکی کورتێتی مقام بگورە
ئەمان بۆچی چەند ساڵە لەگەڵ من وەبەکینی ئەی فەلەک ئەی فەلەک هێندە بۆ دەرحەق بە من ونائميني أي فلك أي فلك أي فلك أي فلك أي فلك بۆچی چەند ساڵە لەگەڵ من وەبەکینی أي فلك أي فلك أي فلك أي فلك أي فلك حسرة داو غم هنكر ما يروهم رفيق حسرة داو غم هنكر ما يروهم رفيق صد زامن خستو مجاوركي فربريني أي فلك أي فلك
دەست خۆش گەشتیاری خۆشەویست زۆر جوان بوو. Actually, I think we have no time for Q&A. We are almost done. We have only 1 minute. Is this correct? So 1 minute, please. If is there any question? But there were no QR code, I think, and people couldn't deliver questions. So.
We have received a lot of good comments. Thank you very much for adding those into our archive. But since they're not questions, we're going to move on because we're also running out of time. We will have a lunch break now, directly downstairs in the cafeteria. You can use the stairs, and you can use elevators on both sides of this conference hall. Please be back in conference hall at 2:15. We will start our next panel at 2:15 in the conference hall. Thank you very much, and enjoy lunch. Hello again. Thank you very much for being back. And thank you for being here. We're ready to start a new session, which will be a very special session because it's an intersection between reading and talking and dialogue and discussion in multiple languages. I will introduce IQ again, who will join us today on stage, for those of you who weren't able to join us yesterday. IQ Tektan is a poet, translator, and editor living in Granada. She is also a founding member of New York-based collective and press Pinsapo. Currently, she works as a co-editor for the Best Literary Translation Anthology and the general editor of Kurdish Poetry Chapbook series at Pinsapo Press. IQ and Tamo, please come on.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm not sure where Alana is, but, oh, she's coming. Hi, Alana. Hello. Hi. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this wonderful gathering, especially, particularly, Alana Marie and the most brilliant and gentle, kind, generous Kashkul team. It's truly a privilege and honor to be here with you all. And those of you who were not here yesterday, I'm gonna briefly, again, introduce the contemporary Kurdish poetry series we started at Pinsapo Press. Pinsapo Press is based in New York and Spain right now, and the first book that we published, thanks to Alana Marie and Zedan Khalev and Temo. So we are, thanks to this book, we are here all together. And Alana, you don't need any introductions, I know, but I cannot but help say you're a force of nature. You're a maker, you're a creator, you're a builder of communities, and I am truly honored and overjoyed to be with you here, and also thanks to you, I got to see Temo again. Because it's been...
you and Temo are the real forces of nature on this one.
Thank you. So I'm going to introduce you this remarkable poet, scholar, translator, Selim Temo. Temo was born in Batman. He's a poet, translator, scholar. He studied anthropology and literature at Ankara and Bilkent universities, earning his PhD with a study on the idea of the province in Turkish poetry. He later became the first scholar in Turkey to hold an associate professorship in Kurdish language and literature, though he was dismissed from his university position in Mardin Artuklu in 2016 for defending Kurdish cultural and political rights. Later, we will talk about this very important change in Temo's life as a result of his dismissal from his position. Temo's poetry has been translated into more than a dozen languages, but Nightlands is the first book in English, so I'm truly excited about this book. And alongside his poetry, he has written essays, a novel, a children's book, and as I mentioned yesterday, he's the editor and translator of an important anthology of Kurdish poetry that was published in 2007 in Turkish. And that's how I got to know Temo, first as a translator and editor, then I got the honor to be his friend. So he also has taught at universities in Turkey, in the UK, France, and currently he's at Dortmund University of Applied Sciences and Arts in Germany. So I would like to just start with poetry, poems. Alana will read her translations and Temo will read the originals from Nightlands. And if you would like to get a copy, there are still some copies left at the Kashkul stand, so please go ahead and get yourself a copy. Okay. Temo, would you like to start?
Salah, I'm very excited, but I feel safe standing between two strong women who create the poetry and who are created by poetry, I can say. Thank you both very much. بکردی خوازم دوام بکم. سپاسی کشکول و زانکۆی ئەمریکی لسلێمانی دەکەم و ئێمە لە شاری شێرم حەز دەکەم بە چەند بەیتێن نالی و شێخ ڕزای تەلەبانی گەورە دەست پێ بکەم کو بەحسی حەسرەت و حەزکردنا شاری سلێمانی دکەم. باوەڕ دەکەم کو ڕوحێ سالم و کوردی و نالی لێرەنە هەموو شاردان و شەرکۆ بێکە سەربەت. نالی 105 ساڵ بەرێ دەبێژە. قوربانی تۆزی ڕێگەتم ئەی بادی خۆشمرور، ئەی پێیکی شارەزا بە هەموو شاری شارە زور، ئەی لوتفەکت خەفی و هەمەخواه و هەمدەمم، وەی سروەکت بەشارەتی سەرگۆشەی حزور، وەک ئاهەکەم ڕەوان بە حەتا خاکی کۆیی یار، وەک ئەشکەکەم دەوان بە حەتا ئاوی پردەسوور. ئەمجا مەوەستە تا دەگەی ئەینی سەرچەنار، ئاوێکە پڕ لە نار و چنار و گول و چنوور. دەمگوت کە چاوێ خۆمە ئەگەر بەکرەجووی ئەشک. لێرە بەکرەجوویەمانە. بە نەوایی تیژ و بێسەمەر و گەرم و سوێر و سوور. داخل نەبی بە ئەنبەرسەرای خاکی دخول، حتا نەکەی بە خاکی سلێمانیە عبور. شارێکە پڕ عەدل و کەرەمە، لە جێگاکی خۆشرەزم بۆ دەفعی چاوەزارە دەڵێن شەهری شارە زور. سەیر بکە لە دار و لە بەردی مەحەلەکان، دەورێ بدە بە پرسیش ئەحوالی خوار و خور. ئاخۆ دەرونی شەق بووە پردی سەرشەقام، پیر و فودادەتەن نەبووە داری پیرمەسوور ئایا بە جەم و دایرەیە دەوری کانیبا یاخود بووە بە دایرەی ئەنجومی قوبور سەیوان نەزیری کونبەدی کێوانە سەبز و ساف یاخود بووە بە مەلەبەی گۆرگ و لورە لور ئێستاش مەکانی ئاسکایەکانی ئاسکان یاخود بووە بە مەلەبەی گورگ و لورە لور لەم شەهری دەردی خوڕبەتە لەم سۆزی هجرەتە سەبرم بووە بە ئاو و چاوم دەکا و بور ئایا مەقامی ڕوخسەتە لەم بەینێ بێمەوە یا مەسلەحەت تەوەقوفە تا یەومی نەفخی سوور حالی بکە بە خەفیا کە ئەی شاری سەنگدل نالی شەوقی تۆیە دەنێرە سەلامی دوور ئەوە ژێ هەلبەستەکە ژێ شێخ ڕزا تەلەوانی هەموو دەزانن باوەرم ئەس خوازم بخوێنم لە باژارێک و باستێکی لەبیرم دێ سلێمانی کە دارالمولکی بابان بوو نە مەحکومی عەجەم نە سوخرەکێشی ئالی عوسمان بوو لەبەر قاپی سەرا سەفیان دەبەست شێخ و مەڵە و زاهد مەتافی کەبئە بۆ ئەربابی حاجەت گردی سەیوان بوو لەبەر تابووری ئەسکەر ڕێ نەبوو بۆ مەجلیسی پاشا سەدای مۆسیقە و نەقارە تا ئەیوانی کەیوان بوو درێخ بۆ ئەو زەمانە ئەو دەمە ئەو عەسرە ئەو ڕۆژە کە مەیدانی جریدبازی لە دەوری کانی ئاسکان بوو بە زەربی حەملەی بەغدای تەخسیر کرد و تێی هەلدا سلەیمانی زەمان ڕاستت دەوێ باوکی سلەیمان بوو عەرەب ئینکاری فەزلی ئەوێ ناکەن ئەفسەلن ئەمما سەلاحەددین کە دنیای گرت لە زومرەی کوردی بابان بوو عمومی شەهر باران و سەلاتینی فەرەنگستان لە ڕووی سەروەتی ئەو شێرەدا گشتی هەراسان بوو کوبوری پڕ لە نووری ئالی بابان پڕ لە ڕەحمەت بێ کە بارانی کەفی ئیحسانیان وەک هەوری نیسان بوو کە عەبدوڵڵاه پاشا لەشکەری والی سنەی شر کرد ڕەزا ئەو وەختە عمری 56 تفلی دەبستان بوو سپاس دەکەم
Now, Temo will read from the Nightlands, the originals, and then Alana will do the English. Yeah. Here we go.
Oğlana deme. Oğlana deme liber be radibe, biçemire dilorine. Viziniya nebuyane li derazînka bajarê xewnê. Gula çilmisiye gava valahî li xwe diqelebe. Oğlana demê ji şewqa neynikan vedigere. Evdalê li xwe dîtiye li aşên gavil digere. Gava em dibêjin êvar e ji keçika li ber şibakê re. Oğlana demê ew tişta ku bi navê sewrê dizanî. A disincire ji xweliya gorên hevalên şehîd ku ne bi doriyê aş bû ne bi bibûyînê hermê olana demê westiyayî ji olana dengê te.
And these translations were done with Zidane Khalef, whose name has echoed around this forum for sure. But I want to name him again as one of our dearest collaborators and friends. Time's Echo. Against the wind, time's echo, a lullaby like the river, the vacant buzz at the doorstep of dreamland. A rose withers
as the void careens. Time's echo is reflected by the mirror's luster. A steadfast monk seeks out abandoned mills. We say, "It's dusk," to the girl lingering at the window. Time's echo is what you know as barren, which burns in the ashes of our martyred comrades' graves and is neither soothed by absence nor marred by presence. Time's echo is so tired of your voices.
باترسۆکە ناو کونجیان ئەvە هاتێوەرگەرەنن بۆ 11-12 زمانی زباوەرم باسکی دناودا باترسۆکە ناو کونجیان با ڕوحێ منە ماری پشتێ من خاچە لاتینی چووک ji min xeyidîne silav nade şewqeya min a perdî tenê me li nav kunjiyan beyar û zevî cîranên mirî ti kes nayê civatê vîze demê û valahiya min şev ji xwe re ye her car roj a her kesî xelasî tune ji şewatê.
The scarecrow in the sesame. The wind is my soul, my spine, a Latin cross. I've sent the birds into a sulk. My frayed hat never waves back. I am alone in the sesame, fallow and sown, dead neighbors. No one comes for company but humming time and my own emptiness. Night belongs to itself, day to anyone. There is no hiding from fire.
Her general, her general, her general. گۆرستانێکە بۆ مریێن مەژی ئەس دەبینم کۆ تلیێن تە هەنە تلیێن مریێ مەژی هەبوون بێتەبات بوون گاوە ئێوارێ سلااف دەدا وەکە لەسێر تێلێن گیتارێکی برەقسن دگەڕیان لەسەر سینگە ئەوینەکی هەر ژەنەرال ئەس دەبینم کۆ چاوێن تە هەنە چاوێن مریێ مەژی هەبوون ببرو بجان بون وکه برخین سر بخیلی کور لنوالان دنهیرین او بسدم دگریان وک سولا وکه شبیر کری هر جنرال گورستانه که بو مریین مجی دزانم که تو هفدمی دگری لپشت ستیر کان آینه جهانه دسته تده گورستانه که با مریین مجی که بتبتن دبنه آخده
Herr General, all generals, our latent graveyard. I see you have fingers. Our dead had fingers too. Restless at the night's salute, as if dancing on a guitar string or traversing a beloved's chest. Herr General, all generals, I see you have eyes. Our dead had eyes too. Eyebrows and eyelashes too, like lambkins in their bridal veils, deep into the valleys they looked, and suddenly wept, forgotten cascades. Herr General, all generals, our latent graveyard, I know you share our time, foraging beyond celestial bodies, in your hand a mirror of the world and a graveyard for our dead, soil
they can rest within.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. Wow, so I just want to start with y'all. First of all, I both got to know you as translators and editors before anything else, and you both wear many hats. But Alana, how did you come to know Temo's work, and what's your initial encounter with Temo, and what made you decide to co-translate this wonderful book?
I heard Temo's name from a long way off. He's one of my heroes. So when I finished my dissertation on 19th century Sorani poetry, he was one of the first people I sought out to say, is it okay? Have I done okay? Please help me make it better. Because he knows all of the languages, so all of the variants of Kurdish so well, and all of the languages related to 19th century literature so well, that to me, he was my mountain peak. So that's how I knew Temo. When Zeydan and you had the idea to translate him, I just felt lucky to be along for the ride. Honestly, I just felt lucky to be included. Because who gets to work with their heroes? And even more so, who gets to work with their heroes and find out that they're just as good a person as they are an intellectual? Usually we meet our heroes and we may have wished we hadn't. In this case, it was more than I could have imagined. How lovely he is, how generous he is with his mind.
Yeah, also, this is how I got to know you, and I'm really grateful for that. Temo, this is for you. We also met for the first time, 2019, but we've been in a conversation for over a decade now. And I got to know you first through the anthology, the Kurdish poetry anthology that you edited and translated into Turkish, 2007. So I would like you to tell us a bit more about your work as a translator. Also, you translated Memuzin into Turkish. So could you just tell us more about your work as a translator, then we'll talk more about your poetry and scholarship.
فرانس فانان دبیجه کسی بندست مجبورن بو سردستان اثبات بکن که خوچانده که خو فرهنگی که راستیف گوتنه که گرانه بو من واز گلک پیغمبرین آنتی کولونیال نزدیکی خو نابینم بوچه د پرتوکین وان د تئوریان وان د کردستان نینه هکه ام راستیا کردستان مقایسه بکن کمپاره بکن ل تئوری کولونیال تنه تئوریان آنتی کولونیال لهب نای راستیا که می جدا هیا لبلی آماده کردن آنتولوژیا هلبستا کردی شعر کردی د ترکی ده وک ورگرجی راستی برسوک بو اینکار و بچوکرنا کردی ام باسه 20 سال برد کن 20 سال برد پرتوک چاپ بود واره کردولوژیه ده 20 سال وکی 200 سال پیش دکتن او پرتوک زوده کبن بیا او پرتوک از دبیشم زوده کبن بیا آگاهین دناب ده زوده کبن بونه گلک جوان آگاهیت کارن بین پوچ کرن بطال کرن جنوب بین نویساندن برفراه کرن ورگرن گلک شیران کارن بین سر راست کرن لی دکارم ببیجم کو 20 ساله یک سردستک یک زوردستک نکاره ببیجه کو ادبیات کردی نینه اوه نه سرکفتنا او شیره کردیا نویسکیه کو حفت قط بنه ارده ده خو پاراست جارکدی وجیه. د پروسه آماده کردن آنتولوژی ده وقت 5 سال دوام کرد. بر 5 سال ده من ماستر و دکترای خوش دیگر و گلک کورسین زمانی هبون، کار دی هبون، کار درس هبون، راپورت هبون، آرتیکل هبون، گلک تشت هبون. در فتن که مثلا بیجیم 2007 ده آنتولوژی چاپ بود، 2008 ده هاتم باشور تا یکم جار. مدید که هر در تجنه به دیوانان، به پرتوکان، به پرتوکن شاعران براستی. ایرو افچاخ افروش گلک متنن کردیش بنه ارده درد کن. گلک دیوان هاتنش بیر کرن درد کن دوژن دمالان د جن خفته. از بخوا دکارم ببجیم که پرتوکا کردن خراسان دمن پنجی دو ناوی نو لهالبستا کردی زیاده کردن که کردستان قدیم ده کردستان ناوندی ده کسی او ندناسی. لورا شعر کردی نه به آنتولوژی من نه به کاری دی شعر که نه پرتوکا معروف خزانداری گوره تایبت. یعنی علادین سجادی و گلک خبات کارو کتکارن شعر کردی ناوین مزن این شعر کردی. بلکی انستیتیونک، بلکی سازیک، بلکی کمیسیونک برفره همو زاره و زانینان. چونکی شعر کردی نه تنه ادبیاته، شعر کردی آرکئولوژیه. بلکیش باشد آرکئولوژی لازم کسی که به دوی کمیسیونه ده. باشد آنتروپولوژی کسی که به او کمیسیونه ده. جغرافیناسی که او زاب تیج با کرد تل ورد به روشین منه. کرده که درسمی آگری نزانه روشین چیه. وقت میناک. از وگر مموزینشی مموزین دمال است ده مازن بوم ده بده شکلان هبو. یکشی مم آلان، یکشی مموزین. باوی من مم آلان دخوان جبر و با پیر من مموزین دخوان جپرتوکه. از هم او متن دستانی هم متن نویسکی یه مصنوی که بجل سر چند باجر و سر چند تصوفی هاتی نویساندن. گوا که هن لکنین جهنه که برابر دکن مم آلان و مموزین. شانسه که مازن بو که از نو هر دو متنا ده مازن بوم. و تو بیشیش کیجان متن هزدیکیش مم آلان هزدیک گنج مموزین. از بیشم از دخوام دناب هر دو متنان ده. خیال من گجویالی وطن گجویالی. هر دو خیال جی نه خیالین مروین نورمالین. دو متنین مزنتر جهاب سرایا مم آلان لسر اومانکیه 7 قاطه 4 قاط لجوری اومانه دریای 3 قاط بینه اویده. تور داویجن 1500 خورده کرد دکیشن و توره ده جناوره که راوره که او راور باز روانه او و کسب کردان چند جور حسب کردان هنه هن بحرینش بحره درتن هن آگرینش آگر چه دبن هن جبایه چه دبن هن جکوله چه دبن یعنی شری گل زرار باز روان حسب کی بحریه و قبضت بدگری مموزین حیات داره که مم آلان دگوهرینه و دخناو چرچوه که نتوی و ادبیات کلاسیک. ادبیات کلاسیک ده همو شاعرین ادبیات کلاسیک چه فارسی، عربی، ترکی، اردویی جمتن گریک و یوداییک و ایرانی متنتین وک بامک و آزرا وک لیلو مجنون وک فرهاد شیرین خانی جمم آلانتینه. لسر وارگرز ببجم تنه دو هفوک مموزین خلاص نابه يعني وقت متنكي مزن وقت همو متن مزن جهاني خلاص نابه شيرو بيا خو وقت عمرتو اكو د متنا وکیل ده برهما وکیل ده بیجه هکت تو لسر متنه تشتکی ببیجی او دلیلش متنه بینی اما شیروایت راسته متن مازنجی وکیلینه بو همو شیروایان از بینم وک وارگره که وک حسکریه که مم آلانو مموزینی احمد خانی رامانگره که کو 200-300 سال بریا دماغجیه متن مموزینه وک متن بومن متن کی اوینداره کیه اوینه کی دبیجه از جی وک وارگره کی اویندار متنا اوینه یا یکی اویندار وارگراند 350 روزانده و لیز کارم از مجبورم مکور بیم اعتراف بکم کو اوه 9 سال چه بو لی یک روزه کی احمد خانی نه تخونا من از دبیجم نبلیویه
Yeah, I mean, the importance of the work you translated into Turkish within the Turkish context it's quite beyond words. I cannot describe it. But also I want to talk about like how do you see yourself within the Kurdish literature and also in the world, like the world literature. How do you see yourself, and how do you see Kurdish literature within the world literature? Because you're both in and out. You're both an insider and outsider. Both in Kurdish literature, it's my humble opinion, but also in the world literature.
از د پرتوکا دابین ده یا 112 به خزلکته و بلکه همه پرتوکیان خوده تنه جاره کی پسنه خوددم د 112 به خزلکته رسته که دبیجه از لبر دست معقول انگریم یعنی من خدمتا کسی معقول کرن زارکتی خوده دناوی چاندا کردیا رسنده از کارم تنه پسنه خو بویه بدن ایراد خوازم پسنه کدین جی بدن باخوا کو همو زاراوین کردی همو شعرن کردی همو شیره کردی دخوینم و همو شاعران دناسم همو متنان دزانم جیه کی ادیسیون کنو درکه و پرتوکه کنو درکه و پیشی از دچم برویدریت بیم کاز ببینم هلبت خواه که پرچه که به شیره بینم دخوازم زیادتر هین ببین دخوازم زیادتر جبر بکم دخوازم روح خود جنو و وجینم وک خوینه رکی وک شاعره کی وک هلبس کاره کی دخوازم جیه کش خورا چه بکم لبر دست معقولا وک بردوامی لوک تشتکی نوجی گلو تشتکی نو نویسینم یا نه شیره نویسینم دناوی شیره دجی که خواهنه یا نه گلو هک شیره کردی وک جواتا که مزنی درش دیوان خانه که مزنه تبه فکری جی کو همین لیبه دلدار لیبه جگرخوین لیبه آرجاناری لیبه فاطمه صافجی لیبه برکن بره لیبه جیمل کدره شونا شکاله شونا پیلاوه یا سر جواته نه مهمه شونا شکاله به سر جواته به الور بم بسه از خدمت شیره کردی بی رنگی خوبی رنگی بینم هر بعد شیره جهانه جروجا پیشی و گواز 17 سالی بوم لیسیم لی دخوان لباجر باتمانه که جه باده دوسکیته جه پیوا جناب باده دوسکی آواکار مروانیان ته راست به هرمنا وقت پیشبرکه که هلبسته چه بو او ماموسته که او پیشبرک چکر پرتوکا الیتیس یونانی دامن اما در یک با من که هلبسته جهانجی ناس بکم دیسا پیشی وقت خوینه رکی برای من شاعر پیشی خوینرین باشن که بور هست بیجه جورج لوی بور هست بیجه خوینرین باش جنیویسکارین باش کمترین تو دکاری باسا صد نویسکارین باش بکی اما تو نکاری باسا صد خوێنەرێن باش بکە ئەز یەک ژوا خوێنەرامە پێشەز کارم دیسە جەلاسەیان پێ بپەزنم هەلبەت بەکی کۆ کارل مارکس دگۆ هۆمۆ سوم هومانینی هیلە ئەرگۆسوم ئەو تشتە ئەز مرۆڤم و تشتێک کۆ مرۆڤان ئافراندیە نەخەریبێ منن خۆ وەک بەردەوامیەوەی شیرێژی دبینم دخوازم نه فرم اما دشیرن مده دنگی بجه مثلا هل با کوبانیه ده رونشار هیا رونشار از باسا شر کوبانیت که مود بجم خوازل کاپیتان الکساندر هات با هواره کاپیتان الکساندر نابه کود رونشاره او رونشاره کو ده تفگرا رزیستانس ده تفگرا برخودانه ده لهمبری نازیا شر دکرو پیلوت بالافرکی بو او روزا کوج سویسره نزدیک سینور سویسره سوار بود بالافرک کرد چولی بیای همو پارتیزانن ایتالیای آگر و خستنج بو کسلاورنه لورا از دویجم هک دنیای ده زمان هبن یک جه پروزایک جه پویتیک به او پویتیک او زمان پویتیک بو همو شیرا کردی و شیرا جهان ده زمان منی بخویا یعنی زمان منی ماکی زمان دایکامن پویتیکه
How are we doing with time? Because I might have one more question. Okay. So I have not finished reading Khorasani, how do you say it?
Khorasani Kurds.
Khorasani Kurds. Also has been revised. So you as a historian, maybe I should call you an archaeologist. Yeah, I like that much better than historian. So as an archaeologist of Kurdish poetry and history, can you also just tell us a bit about Khorasani Kurdish? How do you, I can't translate that in my head right now. Like, what does that mean? That whole project too, because it's a work in progress. It's just being expanding. So maybe we should keep the answer a bit brief because we still want to read more poems, right? Yeah. Okay.
Which one? Ondan sonra işte bir yemedim. Dördüncü sene okuyorsun. Tamam. Yani Portakal Kurdan Khorasan cibrasti çirokek bu vak çirokek kahaya ama yakşı gavam biçuk bun hem dapirem hem bapirem digotin am Khorasan hatna am neviyen Rostem Zale Zerinin o beriya ko Kur'an nazil bebe beriya ko Kur'an nazil bebe meb Khodane şev o roje son dukhar. Evet sıremde her evaki ma brasti yani çünkü diroka çevtu derav a fermi a le Türkiye her digot Khorasan velatı Türkane çıkesen juratna Türk'ün تا علاقه خوب کردان رانینن کردان علوی شو ترکن خراسان نه هات نجور اول سریم ده براستی پرسک بو یعنی چیم که مالبات وکی گلک عشیرن کردان 105 بکی زیاده 300 سال بره بونه مسلمان بره ازدی بونه و عادت نزدیاتی دنا همه کردستان ده دیارن مرد بینه وک ریتوال وک باوری وک تشتن وک لیز دبینیم مالبات شافیه سنیه کرده کرمانجه چا و چا علاقه خواهی خراسان را هدی ده بو مراک بو من و از کارم بیجم لیسه و من دست بکرو و من چه تشتن سر خراسان دیتن برهف کرن هر کوپرن روزنامه‌یان پرتوک مقاله هر چی بن یه akademiken devletin nivîsandina nav de 2010'da az bejim belki hen kesliver benji مامۆستا ئەرگینە پەنگین لەورە ئەم 2010 نەبوو میێوانên زانکۆی کوردستان لە سنێ لەور لژنەیە سیمپۆزیومێ بۆ gelek kesan بۆ سلاڤدایینێ ئەم بەخواندن سەر dikê ser sahneyê û min li kêlekam çend kese bûn min ji we destûr xwast û derketim ser dikê min silav das vegeriya min dît ku ew kesên li kêlekam rûniştîne digirîn. Min got boçê hûn digirîn? Ve xêr e gotin çi tiştê te gotiye me fehm kir. Min got hûn kî ne? Gotin em Kurdên Xorasanê ne. Yani tiştek ku li asîmana li wat geriyam li erdê em dîtin. û gelek destnivîsarên Kurdî anîbûn li gel xwe û hûn dizanin gotineke li Bakur dibêjin heke kesek destnivîsareke Kurdî ya şêrê bide Selîm Temo bêyî vîze û pasaport çi bihiştî. Ev e tiştekî diyar e. Ewan jî bo min ew destnivîsar anîbûn. Berhasir tekilî wî rengî dest pê kir û karekê ez karim bêjim 5 sal dewam kir li ser Kurdê Xorasanê wek dîrok, eşîret û edebiyat. Ew di dîroka Kurdan de Xorasan ciyekê xwe çawa heye ku bêje Sebeos, nivîskarê Ermen ser sala hefta de gava basa bûyerên ser sala şeşa dike basa Kurdên li Derxistanê navbeyna Xorasan û Türkmenistanê de ku îro jî hene li wir basa Kurdaat dike Kurdan dike bêjim Kurdaat at ewa vê ye plurala vê ye. Wî rengî dîrokeke nêzîkî 1300 sal ku bi navê Kurd li Xorasanê hene dûre ew mobilîzasyona eşîran te dî di doman wek 1000 kilometre 1500 kilometre mesela belgefîlmek heye di Giras 1925 de ji Ankara'da dest pê dike eşîra Baxtiyarî 1600 kilometre rê diçin û ew belgefîlm nav û deng e ji Ankara'yê rê dikevin ne ji Kurdistanê jî. Îca derket holê ku nêzîkî 2 milyon Kurd li Kurdistana xerîb li Xorasanê hene û zimanê xwe parastine. Çend sal berê alemê mezinê Xorasanî Kelimullah Tewahudî li Hewlêrê hikûmetê Kurdistan ew mêvan kir û Birêz Nêçîrvan Barzanî ev gotin bikaranî. Gotî Kurdên Xorasanê bo me îspat dikin ku gava ku tu welatê xwe wenda dikî zimanê te dibe welatê te. Ew gotineke gelekî tesîr bû rastî bandor bû. Lewre zimanê xwe wek welatê xwe qebûl dikin û helbesteke cuda heye nav wan de. Kevintirîn metnên Kurdên Xorasanê İbnî Xerîb û navê Işqname metnekê xwe heye, mesneviyek xwe heye. Karîbêjî 5 metnên klasîk mi dîtin û sala dawîn de jî çend helbestkar hene lê ber bi 5 salê dawîn ve gelek helbestkarê jin li Xorasanê bi Kurdî dinivîsînin. Ew pirtûk bû sabr û saman bo gelek Kurdên Erebî li Bakur ku îspat dike ev tez û teoriyên Akademiya Devleta Tirkan pûçin û betalin.
Thank you, Temo. I think we should go back to poetry. It's time. Okay, so Temo will read another poem from Nightlands, and I'll read the English.
Strana daika lepey denge kecha xwe. Ez ê demekî jî di gorê de li benda te bimînim. Simbilên ji hezîranê berhevkirî di destê min de û زانا ساعتين خرابوي كواز كشان دمجدار درگوشه تنه ين محفدارن هيفي دكن كشامن.
Mother's song after her daughter's voice. I'll wait a while for you in the grave, a sheaf of June spikes in my hand, along with the echo of broken hours that plucked me from the cradle. Only the just may hope, sweet girl.
دروبوسكي بوينين كورين خوا رادجين كوريم ددن برسينجين خوا لنافا ولاتان دقارينين دبنا نافا باخچيان وكا فيكيين نوگهاشتي و دپاخلين سارو بپيسير ده رادزينين نبی توش بیر بکی سیا خونا روش کن کو ناسنامه خورتن هزین بو لبر ایواره کو زاروک بون دل من کو کارک بون مینا سیا داره گوزان دلابتین دربوس که باون هنه کرمن مینا گلین داره گلان شکستی چاوا تو ناوه زاروک کی هلدی بر بگورستانه و دبازن نبی تو شبیر بکی دنگن لعیوانا مایی کو چنگک جگیان وانه جبو کوا بربانگه کو زاروک بون لاو کو برخک بون مینا گلین دور دتیسی
In Roboske, they live with their son's pictures, my son. They take them everywhere, clutched to their chests. They take them to their gardens like new ripe fruit. They sleep on cold, sunken bosoms. Don't you forget the daydream shadows that gave sorrowful young men identity at dusk. They were children, my heart, just kids. They shivered like the shadows of walnut trees. In Roboske, there are fathers, my son, broken as the branches of flowering trees. Just mention a child's name, and they run to the graveyard. Don't you forget the voices left in the courtyard that were just a sip of their spirits, dawn partridges. They were children, my boy, little lambs. They glittered like distant gorges.
Now Temo is going to read one last poem, and then I will invite Shana back to the stage to read the translation in Sorani.
بلا گوتنا داوی جهل با کوبانی با بلا گوتنا داوی یامن نه جدوی من جهل بسته کامن با نوی شعر میدین بروز که قلاشت نیوا داره آلای که تیر جخوینه لسر نویسینه جه چپه بر براسته میدین ترکی دوشتره جزافران و رمان دگورینه چرمه کمانه آیتا سوره انفال دانینه بر میدین عراق دکراس ماران ده هار دیوین حسینی دچرینه دشبه پیوک دفخار میدین سوریا بون چند چارچرا خلق یجراولان او کرم برینا گنی میدین ئێران دەنگێ هەیڤە لەسەر گۆڵێ ڤەژیایە سەڤر و سامان نویسەکە کەسکە لەسەر Made in کوردستان.
ئەم وەرگێڕانە کەشکوڵ ئامادەی کردووە تایبەت بەم دانیشتنە هێشتا ماوێتی تەواو بێ بەڵام حەزمان کرد دەنگێکی تر بکەینە ناوم گفتوگۆیەوە و بە سۆرانیش بخوێنینەوە. تریشقا چەقی دارەکە دەقلیشێنێت ئاڵایەکی خەڵتانی خوێنی بەسەرەوەیە لە چەپەوە بۆ ڕاست لێی نووسراوە Made in Turkey. تیشترە لە زەعفەران و ڕم کەوڵی کەمانەکە دەگورێت سوورەتی ئەنفالی لێدراوە Made in Iraq. لە پولەکەی ماردا هار دەبێت دێوی ئاسنین دەلەوەڕێت لە وشەیەکی دەمخوار دەچێت Made in Syria. چەندین چوارچرای لێبووەتەوە لە ڕەموزون خوڵقاوە قەتماغەیەکی برینی گەنیوە Made in Iran. دەنگی مانگ لەسەر گۆماوەکەیە ژیاونەتەوە سەبر و سامان نووسینێکی سەوزی بەسەرەوەیە Made in Kurdistan.
So maybe we can open up the floor for questions if
IQ, I think we will move the question and answer for this session into our galleries later.
Oh, okay, yeah, so we ran out of time. I knew that.
Yes, we're out of time, and we would like to give the people who are preparing the stage for our evening performance also time to prepare.
Okay.
So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for this session. Our closing remark will be by our president, Dr. Bilal Wahab. Dr. Bilal Wahab is a Kurdish Iraqi scholar of governance and political economy and energy policy. A Fulbright alum, he earned his PhD in public policy from George Mason University and has taught at the American University of Iraq, Slémani, where he also founded a Center for Development and Natural Resources. In 2024, he became the president of AUIS, continuing his work on democracy, accountability, and oil governance in Iraq. Thank you very much, Dr. Bilal.
Okay, here I am again, not in a jamana, but in a tieless suit. I hope you guys are having fun. I hope that everyone had a meaningful time with us. And I hope that you've enjoyed our inaugural Kurdish Studies Forum. My heartfelt thanks goes to everyone who made this forum possible. To our friends at Kashkul, to our friends who came from afar, from the 4 parts of Kurdistan and beyond, and from friends who supported us with catering food, the students who ushered you in, the publishers who provided amazing books and literature for your cultural nourishment, for Shapost for delivering some of those books to us, for Rudao and Kakaranj for doing a beautiful show on our campus, highlighting not only AUIS, Kashkul, and the Kurdish Studies Forum. So a lot of thanks to be going around. But all of you who participated with us, who made this Kurdish Studies Forum possible and beautiful, for the artists, for the poets, for the writers, for the scholars, for all of you, and for those who watched us from the miracle of technology. Let me share the genesis of this forum. It grew from an idea and a vision championed by the founder of AUIS, Dr. Barham Saleh, to basically establish a home for Kurdish studies, a home for Kurdish culture, literature, history, and Kurdish society, with AUIS as its global anchor. I don't think anyone ever accused Dr. Barham of thinking small. He just does not believe in the impossible. The idea emerges from the Sulaimani Forum. I was lucky to be here and speak at the very first Sulaimani Forum in 2013. The idea at the time, the vision for Sulaimani Forum is quite similar. Kurdish leaders, political leaders, Sulaimani Forum is a political, primarily a political event. They had to go to Washington, to London, to Cairo, to Damascus, for the Kurds to be talking about our own issues, to make our voices heard. We had to go somewhere for other people to hear us. Sulaimani Forum, which then became a model for a lot of other forums around the country, changed the dynamic. It brought people here so we can talk about our issues and concerns here in Kurdistan. The Kurdish Studies Forum does that for art, for culture, for Kurdish studies, for Kurdology, for anything and everything that touches the understanding and the study of Kurdish language, culture, and history. I mentioned in my opening remarks that issues like statehood, federalism, borders, might be beyond our control, and our agency might not necessarily meet our wishes and our dreams. But that doesn't apply to the theme of this event. And over the past 3 years, all of you exercised power. You grabbed power. You exercised agency through preserving our history, cultivating and safeguarding our cultural memory, translating our literature, and telling the world how we think and how we feel and how we see the world through our own voice. And I think that's quite powerful. So around Thanksgiving, when we were last year thinking about how do we translate this vision into an idea, the work started growing. This idea started to become a plan. And the plan was handed to Kashkul, our Art and Culture Center, to be the anchor for this particular conference. The Kurdish Studies Forum is going to become the destination for anyone who wants to be heard and also who wants to hear the cutting-edge scholarship, literature, translation. And we saw this vision come to life today. To me, the moment where Martin van Broosen and Briar Vagelan were on stage was quite symbolic. The older generation, the father and grandfather of Kurdish studies, symbolically handing the baton to the next generation of Kurdish scholars. I think it's just beautiful that the grandfather is not Kurdish, but the prodigy, the son is Kurdish. So the Kurdish Studies Forum brings Kurdish studies home. It brings it back to Kurdistan in a variety of ways. Sessions on Sufism and that very rich tradition. The session on preservation was quite powerful. The sessions on publisher's craft, the conversation about taking ownership of how do we publish. That it's not just about theory, but it's all about sweat and skill. The discussion on Kurdish identity showed that this is an evolving matter, and therefore our thinking and our conversations have to keep evolving. And the poetry readings, I mean, they were just soulful, moving, and above all, beautifully, beautifully human. I would like to close by thanking Kashkul, which was once our hidden gem. But now it's shining quite brightly. I hope you've all seen the power of a good education that we provide here at AUIS. The students, the scholars, the Briars, the student volunteers, the Shenes, they were once students here, and they grew, and now they're coming back, and they serve the community in their niche area. But that's very symbolic of what we do here at the American University of Iraq, Sulaimani, is the power of education. So I salute you, I salute their mentor, Khatou Mari, who, as I mentioned, fell in love with Kurdistan, with our language, with the Nali and Bekas, and yes, Sheikh Raza as well. This is our call to you all, to come find us if we don't find you first. This forum is only the beginning. We know you will want to return. I know you will make a lot of your friends jealous. So we're all okay with FOMO, with the fear of missing out. So please come back. Come back to reconnect with old friends and perhaps make some new ones. But let's build this community together at the next iterations of the Kurdish Studies Forum. It takes a village. I'm going to run out of time to thank everyone, but it does take a village, and in this case, a whole lot of coffee and sleepless nights to pull such an event together. So thank you all very, very much for joining us in this beginning, for making it happen. I cannot wait to see you at the next Kurdish Studies Forum. Zozor Sfas, thank you very much. And please enjoy the Hunargaha Ulat, which will be absolutely, absolutely amazing. You cannot imagine the time, the work, the effort, and the history that went into making that concert possible and getting Hunargaha Ulat here. So I invite you to particularly enjoy that particular event, which will be closing our inaugural Kurdish Studies Forum. Thanks again, Zozor Sfas. Bakhair ben Hamulak.
Thank you for Peshtiwan Babakar and Sufyan Jalal for curating and putting together all of the beautiful galleries you will soon go into and experience on campus and off campus. Everything you see and don't see in those galleries were decided together as a team with people who helped us install the arts and the artists. They're not conventional, they're not meant to be conventional, and they are in conventional spaces as well. So thank you very much, Peshtiwan and Sufyan Jalal, for all of your work there. Next is a guided tour as a group. Our wonderful volunteers are here. Each to volunteer. Yes, thank you, Timo, for that clap. They did deserve that very much. But they're also there to guide you, to guide each row in this room into a different gallery. We will see each other again at tonight's music performance. Thank you very much.